just count in your normal voice to 10.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That just seems so weird.
Okay,
And we're rolling.
so Melanie, tell me a little bit, introduce yourself, tell me a little bit of what you do and how is your family conformed.
My name is Melanie, and I'm a kinesiologist, and I've had a rehabilitation clinic for injured workers for a lot of years, so I do that. And I'm also a mother, and I have 2 children, Kaylee, who's 21, and Quinn, who's 18.
Perfect. Can you tell us a little bit about how did all started with your daughter? A little bit, give us an overview of the situation and how she is, and I don't know anything about her, so.
Kaylee was, or is, a very bright kid. So when she was little, she was reading early and reading voraciously, and then off she went to school, and then little things started to sort of come up with attention in school and difficulties with some things, and we finally had an assessment then, and she had working memory trouble and attention difficulties, but also was very bright. And as she got older, it became more and more challenging for her to compensate for those weaknesses in school. And yes, school has accommodations, but they're not always followed or helpful. And then she went to university, and of course it got harder. Challenges became more difficult, and she was feeling badly because she was struggling with the work. Some work would go really well, some courses would go really well, and others were not going very well.
Okay, so can you tell us a little bit, how did she feel about these challenges and how did you feel about that?
For her, I think the difficulty for her is she could feel that she felt like a smart kid, but she felt that she had these challenges that were holding her back, and that her life, was this always going to be a struggle? Was her life going to be a struggle? It was upsetting.
Yeah,
What am I
I
missing?
mean, Kaylee knew she could do a lot better than how she'd performed in school, and she was frustrated with that, and she could not understand why she wasn't performing better, because she knows she's smart. She did very well in high school, and now this at university was a bit of a shock, because all these other people are doing well, and previously she had done better than, say, other people, and then she couldn't understand why her performance was starting to falter.
So, Jason, what do you think? How did you guys end up looking for help, or what are the steps that you took in order to help her?
Yeah, well, I think initially you found out about Aerosmith, and I think you sort of researched all the benefits and applications of this, and I think we went out to UBC and had a tour of the Aerosmith facility out there, and both of us were quite impressed with the program, and we both thought this would be very beneficial for Kaylee.
And I think that the difference was that kids in school have these accommodations, but Aerosmith is not about accommodations. It's about retraining your brain. So you are dealing with those weaknesses and making actual neuroplasticity brain changes so that you don't have those weaknesses. And we felt like this could be life-changing, not just for school, but for Kaylee's life, how she functioned, just managing herself, managing her tasks, her job, her life, not avoiding things that she would have avoided before because it was difficult for her to deal with.
Okay, tell us a little bit about the impact exactly
That we've seen?
that you saw.
Yeah. So she started the program, and I think early on there's small changes that you're like, oh, wow, all of a sudden her attention, she can, I don't know, cook a meal and stay on track and not burn the rice, and she can remember details. I think early on one of the changes that we noticed too was her ability to engage in conversations, and that it became easier. Remember?
Yeah, initially every conversation was an argument, and now any conversation is a joy. You know, it's a two-way communication street. Before it was just obstacles.
Yeah,
So
barriers.
that was a very, very interesting transformation.
Yeah, and also unexpected, because Kaylee's teacher, Luciana, she said, this is going to change all your, I'm getting totally emotional.
It's okay. We can
Take it out.
Take a moment. It's okay. We won't.
I need a tissue.
Yes. But that's amazing. It's beautiful. Like, oh my God, I'm like so impressed. I'm blown away because
Yeah.
my kid is ADHD
Yeah.
and.
Oh, I can
he
tell you
has
something
a lot-
about that.
He has and I haven't. I'm pretty sure I've never been diagnosed, but it is a challenge, you know.
Yes.
That life, and I will definitely like. It's something that. I think there is so much hope for like listening to you guys. For me, it's very inspiring to know that there is a solution for that
Yeah.
you know, my son also can, you know, accomplish more because he will have support, right?
Yeah. Well, and coming back to the ADD, ADHD piece, Kaylee was diagnosed as ADD inattentive. And then when we had our first meeting about the Aerosmith program and reading the books, Barbara Aerosmith's books, Howard Eaton's Brain School book, they talk about some kids and people have true ADD or true ADHD. With Kaylee, she was presenting that way because she had weak brain areas. So the information wasn't going in. So then you tune out or you look the other way or you can't stay on track. And then with the program she's been doing, we don't see that anymore. We don't see that anymore. And I think that's the thing that I was trying to say is the teacher at Brain Academy, Luciana, who's amazing, said, this is going to change all your lives. But we didn't understand what that meant until now. And, you know, there are very small changes all the way along. Working memory, attention. And then out comes this confident kid who's things that she would have avoided before dealing with, she deals with them right away. She's doing things. She's painting. She feels confident about going back to university, about her social relationships because it affects them socially. She had trouble reading facial expressions. And so that affected her friendships because she couldn't read body language very well, right? Yeah.
So how does she feel now? Can she, like, tell me a little bit about how much she acknowledges the changes?
Oh, it's interesting because she was very skeptical. So she was completely willing to do the program, to make an effort, to whatever, but I think some was fear that could this really help her? And what if it didn't help? What if it didn't help and she was going to continue to have these struggles for her life? So all the way along, I think it took quite a while before she started to recognize, oh, I went to the grocery store and I remembered what was on that list. She wouldn't have remembered anything, like nothing. even if she'd written it down. She could write stuff down and then remember it. She could recognize how well she was doing, with her scheduling and being in charge of her own tasks. So I think it was quite far into the program we talked to her about it, and she did not want to give up. She wanted to keep going, and I think she feels that confidence. She's definitely more joyful, no question. She's happier.
Wow.
What would you say?
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I know, it's surprising. It really
That
is.
mind blowing, guys. Like, I have to say,
It's
I'm like,
it's no, it's really hard. Yeah, it's really hard to
that is, it's amazing.
it's really hard to explain because you have this kid, she's 21 now. She's had 21 years of struggles that started when she was young. She went through so many things. There's things that come along with that: depression, anxiety, poor self-esteem, because and you go off to university and it looks like everybody has all these friends and you're trying to fit in and you feel left out. You feel like you can't interact like they interact, and those things have all changed. So there's the brain change piece, but then it's how much it gives you in your ability to function in life is hopeful.
Yeah, Kaylee is one of the most stubborn people I know, and she always thought there's no way I'm going to change. So that in itself created a lot of anxiety, and the fact now that she actually recognizes there is a change and she has improved, I think that alone is tremendous, and that's very confidence building as well, right there.
Yeah, and it's not easy. The work that they do is not easy. And when you first do it, you're tired because you're trying to get these areas of your brain working that have not been working, and it's exhausting. I think the other thing about this program is the changes that she's made now are permanent, and they keep growing. So now she's got this brain that's functioning differently, and as she goes out in her life, like working, interacting with people, going back to university, doing all these things, those connections in your brain keep growing. They're not even where they're going to be yet. There's still room to grow, and we might still keep seeing changes over the next 5 years, because now all those experiences that she had before with her brain working one way, she's now going to go through those experiences again with a brain that works a different way. And as parents, when she was growing up, if we had to address an issue that might be difficult or a problem, we'd be planning, okay, when are we going to talk about this? When should we talk about this? And
That's a problem.
yeah.
Sorry.
Maybe we
Yeah.
should just cut real quick.
Yeah.
Hey, Emmeline, could you just go upstairs with Zoe? Yes. Thank you.
Oh, because that was the door.
And do you mind giving us another clap?
Should we wait?
Emmeline? Yes. Can you just make sure there's no noise? Thank you.
And a nice clap. You guys are good singing. Okay, we're rolling.
Yeah, so I think what I was saying before is that she had experiences in her life with a brain that was functioning a certain way. Now they made these changes, so those experiences, you go back through those experiences with a different perspective and taking in different information. So you learn from that as well that, for example, recently she was registering for her university courses. In the past, procrastinate, avoid, all those things, because it was difficult. The whole process was difficult. She came home, she sat down and did it, and usually I would have to sit with her because these kids require a lot of scaffolding and support to make sure that they don't blow it or things don't happen and then we get a big meltdown. She came home, she sat down, I didn't do anything. She went through the whole thing herself, she did it, I came in, she was done, and she said, oh, that wasn't so bad. Oh, I actually did pretty well in this and this and this. And that would have taken me at least 3 days before. And she'd done it in an hour. So there's something else I was going to tell you, though, about that. And now I can't remember what it was.
Can
Here
you,
it come.
Melanie or Jason, can you tell us like a little bit about how it impacted also in her social skills with like in her personal life? what was the before and after? Because you mentioned that before she wouldn't read like facial expressions or like
Oh,
social cues the same way. Could you give us an example of or how she's like interacting with you in a different
you,
way?
you want to do that? Or you want me to?
Yeah, and she had challenges identifying normal expressions. I think just in conversation, if something as basic as sort of surprise, there was sort of misreading of that response, and she would misinterpret certain neutral or benign responses, and she would always take them personally. So I think that was
yes.
always a little odd, just by her reaction, because she would take sort of a very normal, neutral position, and often it would blow up into something that just wasn't there. But now, with I guess the sort of development of the executive functioning that's there, she can sort of see through expressions and responses, and she's just a better, well-rounded, sort of adapted person now. So.
I think when she was young, she was always worried about doing the wrong thing, saying the wrong thing, because she struggled so much with friendships. So she didn't fit the mold of the other girls in school in a couple of ways. She wanted to watch documentaries all the time, not talk about makeup or something like that. And then I think because she couldn't interpret the facial expressions, she would often think people were mad when they weren't mad, or they were mad with her, or she'd done something wrong. And so it kind of fed into itself. I think one of the biggest things we've noticed is that what we were talking about is how you prepare yourself to have conversations that might be difficult. This is before. So when are we going to talk about this? We would have to be sort of prepared for it to be really difficult and emotional and everything. And she would have a meltdown about something that what shouldn't be that big a deal. Now we can have conversations where it's actually a discussion. And maybe she gets a little bit upset about what you're saying, but she's able to work through it. So you can have an issue and talk like you would with a normal person and have it come out the other side still good, instead of, I'm a terrible person, I can't do this, it could cause a complete meltdown. And that we haven't had that for a while. I think that's one of the best things.
Yeah, I think one of the most interesting developments that we've noticed with Kaylee is when you have a conversation with her, if you talk about something like, do you see the young boy in the red tractor? Kaylee was always focused on the words, and she's trying to interpret what that means. But recently, now, she's been distracted by these images that now develop in her head. Now she actually sees the red boy in the tractor. And she had never been able to have that development in her mind. She never saw that. She was just focused on the words. And I think now it's because of that, it's just the interaction is more seamless, I guess. It's
Yeah, that was one of her exercises at school, because she had weak auditory processing. And what we realized at some point was that she was doing these exercises where she had to repeat words, repeat a sentence, and she had to get every word right, answer a math question in the middle, and repeat it. And at some point while she was doing those exercises, she had trouble, because all of a sudden she was getting distracted by these pictures in her mind. And she hadn't had that before, but she didn't know it, because if I say to you, oh, the little girl pulled the red wagon down around the corner with her dog, you're picturing that in your mind, and that helps you remember that sentence and the idea. And she wasn't having that, and she had no idea, because those brain connections hadn't been there before.
It's incredible. And so tell the part about, like, she had to watch TV with the captions on.
Oh, subtitles.
Because, like,
Oh, okay.
yeah.
Yeah.
was it like that's how she understood? And think about how
Put it together.
one-dimensional that is versus what's happening. That's the language, but you're not catching the body language and the whatever
Yeah.
else is going on.
Okay. Don't say more.
Yes.
Can
Yes.
you
That actually was a
guys-
big thing.
Hold on.
Yeah.
Can you guys give us that story, like that example? Like, so what was happening before and after in terms of her processing information when she was watching something?
Yes. So Kaylee, when she was watching TV, would always like to have the subtitles on. She's a very highly visual learner, and she had trouble following TV shows or anything that was just conversation. As she was doing her Aerosmith program, she was working on that. And at one point, we also realized she was still watching TV with the subtitles. And we're like, you can't do that anymore because you're trying to make those connections in your brain work. So you have to get rid of even the subtitles because then you're just feeding into your strengths. And over time, the connections built so she could actually see the pictures in her mind and not watch TV without, like, watch it without the subtitles and get everything, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So tell us, any of you, maybe Jason, how do you feel the family changed from before and after, like the dynamic?
Well, it's a dramatic improvement. There's no
Can
question.
You, sorry to interrupt you. Can you pick up the question? Like, you would say, like, well, you know, like how the dynamic of our family changed quite a bit. Because
Oh, I
that's-
see. Yeah,
that's
yeah.
what I mean when you
Yes,
say
yes.
pick up the question.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, yeah. The dynamic of our family changed dramatically. I mean, before, as I mentioned, every conversation was an argument, and now Kaylee is far more engaged, and you know, there's a lot of the perceived barriers that Kaylee had developed in any conversation have now been eliminated, and it's been a joy to talk to
It's
her
pleasant.
again.
Even family dinners. So even our son, who's 3 years younger, they've always had a good relationship. They've had a lovely relationship. But he notices, I said, do you notice anything? And he said, she just seems way more engaged in our conversations. And so at times when you would be together or even with other people there, she would kind of tune out. It would look like she'd tune out, but I think it was because she couldn't follow and take in the information all the time. So she just kind of, so now she's there all the time and she has a lot of it. I mean, she's always had interesting things to say, but the way that she says it is softer and just more pleasant. And she doesn't get as riled up about things that we didn't think she should get riled up about, but she would. And so that would cause a lot of like, oh, okay, let's stop talking about it now.
Yeah, she doesn't have emotional meltdowns anymore. I can't remember the last time she
I
had
know,
one. And
which has been huge.
yeah, and I would say there would be at least 2 or 3 a week before. I would just so that's well.
Do you think it was that often?
It was a lot.
My gauge is going to be how long we go. So we've gone quite a while now and had some discussions without having a full meltdown.
Yeah.
Because at school, she would kind of be doing well, and then everything would fall apart. Okay, have a meltdown, and a meltdown would be sobbing, crying, you know, and then get back on track, and we think, okay, another meltdown.
No.
Because I think you're coping and accommodating and getting tired from doing all that. She's not as tired. She used to not be able to get out of bed. She doesn't seem as tired. She's brighter. She just seems brighter in general. And she's just back doing all these things that she loves, like painting and reading more and not avoiding things in her life. There's been a few things lately that she would have avoided before. Like even she's trying to get roommates over in Victoria. She's worried about it working out. Before she just put it off. She called them right away. Oh, can we have a FaceTime call and talk about this? It's like, what? So those are big things in your life.
Yeah, I like our daughter now. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so cool.
Yeah. It's hard to explain to people though. It really is hard to explain to people because there's so much you can benefit out of it, but it's hard to explain those sort of intangible changes because it's not like you do a test, you do the work, you take a test again. And all these other changes are not things that you would expect. Yeah. And she remembers things that she's going to do And she'll go, oh yeah, I'm gonna go do the fish store and get this and this and this, instead of it taking 3 weeks.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Can I ask you something more that I don't think we cover? Can you talk a little bit about Kaylee? I think you mentioned that she might have had a bit of anxiety at some point.
Yes.
Or can you talk about that and like if she had before and what's happening now with like in that? Because I feel like there is so much anxiety
Yeah.
and so much depression in teens. I don't know
Yes.
if that's the case with her, but
Oh,
if you
yeah.
could touch on that, that would be a door to open for your business as well in terms of like, oh my God, the potential, right?
Yes.
There's so many kids that are in,
Because they have a learning challenge.
yeah.
Yeah.
And they get anxiety.
Yeah, yeah.
Don't get in the
Oh,
box.
yes. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that is a big, that's a,
Okay.
should I wait? Yeah.
Yes.
1 second.
If you're ready.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, could you guys like so tell us a little bit about that, about like her moods, like her struggles
Oh, yeah.
in terms of the moods and
You wanna
anxiety,
go first?
possible depression or not, and then what's happening now.
Yeah, well, I think even when Kaylee was very young, she would have difficulty even going into a room that was
Oh,
full of people.
yes.
And it would take her hours, if not days, before she would actually open up and start to talk to people. So
She
that-
couldn't order food. Like, you know how you go to, say, Subway?
Yeah.
She struggled just to order in a restaurant, food. And it was a real thing for her. So she had a lot of anxiety about that. She had social anxiety, which I am sure was also related to her inability to read facial expressions. And, you know, we worked really hard with her too, to have her have eye contact with people when they first met, and really trying to push through that. It was so difficult for her. And she struggled with anxiety. She struggled with depression, because I think life was a struggle when you're going to school and you're struggling in some classes, even though you're trying. It's hard to pay attention. You're tired because your brain is working overtime. So some areas of the brain are trying to compensate for others. So you're tired because your brain is doing all this work to compensate for the weak areas. And I think that's a huge part of it. And I would say that as this program has gone on, she suddenly hit a point where it's like a light bulb going off. And I've never seen her this happy and joyful, like positive. I think the anxiety, it can be a lot related to the weaknesses and their difficulty dealing with situations in school and work. So we have to wait and see how much, you know, we see the changes now. I think they're gonna just keep getting more and more and more, and she may always have some of the anxiety, but it certainly is less, I think, because she's also more confident in what she's capable of.
So, Jason, how long has Kylie been taking, or tell us a little bit about the process? How long did it last? Any of you or both together a little bit? Maybe Jason can start and you can like continue. Explain to us a little bit about the process, how she started, like how long did it take until improvement showed, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, has it been 18 months now? When did she
12.
start? It's 12, and didn't she start in April of
Yeah, and she finished in June.
June? Okay.
Oh,
So it's-
Maury, 14 months,
yeah,
I guess,
14,
maybe.
15 months. Yeah, it's, I mean, you don't notice changes right away. It's almost like an athlete training for an event. You need to do some fitness training before you actually see any results. Initially, yeah, I think Kaylee was skeptical, but she was quite willing to at least try something. And I think the key here is you need the whole family supporting the effort that needs to go into this program. But I'm trying to think when we actually started to see
I
some
think it was
results.
in the, so after, it's usually, I would say, around the 3-month mark-ish that you see the first changes. So all the way along, so let's say she started in April. By that summer, and she was recognizing like the story of being able to see the pictures in her mind. That was probably about 3 months in. And then as it went on, you start to notice little changes like in her memory and her attention. And then I feel like they have to work on certain parts of the brain before you can bring in other parts. So it's like one connection has to build sometimes before you can bring in the exercises for the other connection. So she started out doing the things that help your memory, your attention, your processing speed. And then as she progressed through the program, then she brought in exercises that were for learning about how to read facial expressions and everything. And then it feels like all of those things now sort of have all come together. And that's when I think we started to see this joyful, confident kid, because all the pieces now are working together and she's getting the full picture. Whereas initially it's small little changes that you see, and then you bring in all the pieces and there you have it. And it's not like you have to go back and redo this, or it's not like physical exercises where if you don't do it, you lose it.
Yeah.
She will continue to keep strengthening these parts of her brain.
Yeah, it seems like the structure and the system is there now, whereas before it was just individual disconnected
Yes.
pieces. And now it all functions together. Which
Yeah.
it's like a rewiring, I guess, of a system.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
So what would you guys say to somebody that has a kid in a similar situation or not, that is struggling in terms of like academically and also socially? How would you tell us a little bit?
yeah. I think every parent wants their child to perform at their best ability, and Melanie and I have only seen benefits from this program. As I said before, I think you need the whole family to support and buy into this, because it's it's a long process,
And you have to believe in it.
and you have to believe in it.
I know when I know a lot of people with a lot of kids, and I see struggles and I see them, and what I do is I try and tell them our story, because I think people don't talk about it enough sometimes. People don't necessarily tell other people that their kids are struggling or any of those things. So when I talk about it, I try and tell people about what it was like before, and that these are not accommodations. These are things that are going to change their lives. They're developing these brain networks. There's science behind it. They've got MRI studies now that show the nerves. They show the growth of the myelin sheaths. This is not just something you're pulling out of the air, and we have the science behind it. And I think when I was looking into it and researching, I truly believe that you're making changes in your brain, and we know the brain can change now. So that's what I try to get, because our whole system is based on accommodations, and as a parent, I've seen them, that only goes so far. It doesn't really work. And for Kaylee, she didn't get any support there. And even with the accommodations, it didn't really help. You have to be a huge advocate as a parent for these kids, and the parents have to be engaged and do the work to help support them. So when we found out about it, it was like, well, first of all, you got nothing to lose. Why would you not try it? Why would you not take the opportunity for something that could be that life-changing and change their brain enough that they don't have to have these accommodations?
It'd be great if this program was an integral part of the school curriculum. I mean, it's
Yeah.
we just hope our kids are able to learn and perform, but we don't necessarily put emphasis on how to learn, or the structure or the fitness of the brain to do the learning and the work.
Yeah,
So
I think one of the hard things is that Kaylee's already, this is her now, but she already had 20 years of the struggling. So if we could have done this when she was, a young child, how would that have changed her life? Because a lot of those struggles she had were because of her brain function and how her brain was operating. So if you could do this when the kids are in the early days of school, we knew by grade 3 that she had real strengths and real weaknesses. If we could address those in grade 3, a lot of the struggles she had could have been avoided. We can't change those experiences now. Hopefully, as she looks back on them, maybe she'll see them differently, but we can't take any of that. We can't take any of that back now. So, had we known earlier, that
Yeah.
could have been.
We also thought, well, okay, she's so strong in one area, and okay, she's weak in the other. We thought, well, she can compensate, but I think that's absolutely the wrong thinking, because you're just addressing the weaknesses and accommodating the weaknesses. So, it's had we known about this 15 years ago, it would have been different.
If you ask Kaylee, though, she would say that she's not the person, she wouldn't have been the person that she is now had she not gone through that.
That is a beautiful phrase, and you need to pick it up. Sorry, can we have you out of it? Yeah, can you just remember that?
Yes.
There's a good chance to maybe change batteries too, so we'll,
Can we just record one more thing?
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
I want
Yes.
just,
And also, if you need that last little.
Yeah.
that what she said at the lab was really good, and it kind of tied up the whole thing, and I think in a really beautiful way, like what
Yeah.
you said about what she thinks.
Yeah.
Sorry, can you pick that up?
Right, sorry, we just need a second.
Oh, sorry.
You'd like us to clap again?
If you can, if you can clap for us. Oh wait, sorry, and I clap now.
I just have to go back a little bit. So, her life would be different had she done it younger. But if you asked Kaylee right now, because I had this conversation with her, because she's doing it and she's 20, she said, but if I had done this earlier, I wouldn't be the person that I am now.
That's nice, beautiful.
Kind of
That's so beautiful. Thank you.
Don't worry, I've already had a few tears.
second
I
time.
definitely think these guys are amazing. Is there anything
The
that
only thing that I would ask, is what do you think is different about the way Brain Academy delivers this program, maybe than if she, I guess, what is
Oh, I think I know, how it worked.
yeah,
It fit into our lives well.
Yeah, more specifically about.
About Brain Academy.
like
yeah.
Brain Academy versus, we're not saying don't talk about eating Aerosmith,
Yes.
but that.
Okay, no, I got it. I can come up with something there.
Thanks.
Sorry, are we ready?
yes.
Started futzing with the camera. Okay.
Should be part of the school system.
Um,
Can one of you clap first? Perfect, thank you.
I think we're feeling very fortunate too, because with the timing of Kaylee and discovering this program, we were really, really fortunate that Brain Academy started on the North Shore. And what was so nice about Brain Academy, it's a small, personal program and space where the kids can really connect with the teacher. The parents are connected with the Aerosmith teacher. There's a lot of open conversation between the teacher and the parent, the student and the parent, and it's on the North Shore, so it was really close to our home, which also made that. And they're the first ones also to offer this young adult program that's, you commit for this first 3.5 months and get into the program. That is not available anywhere else right now. This is a new thing. It's one of the things that they're passionate about, is these young adults who graduate from high school, go off to university, and some of them crash because they get out into the real world, they get to university, they are on their own, they've lost the scaffolding of their parents, the work is hard, the social can be hard. So we were lucky, and they can really come back and do it in their 4-month time when they're not at school, and then that could be the beginning of their journey.
Great. Anything else, guys?
Anything else in there?
You guys are- that's amazing. Thank
Can we,
you.
Chad, can we shoot one more thing? Sorry, guys. I'd like to do the introduction again. I know it kind of
Yeah.
you were warming up.
Yes.
I think now you're shh. You're both of you feel more
Yeah.
comfortable,
Yeah.
and it's more. So if you guys wanna introduce yourselves and maybe like talk,
I think it's easier if we introduce ourselves
Yeah.
together, but how do we do that?
just start with
Do you want, you,
Introduce
Okay.
ourselves together. Like we're
Oh.
husband and wife.
No, no, no.
Let's do clap.
Okay, I'll just try something and we'll see.
Okay.
Do you want to clap?
No, we're-
Okay.
I'm Melanie, and this is my husband Jason, and we have 2 children. We have Kaylee that is 21, and Quinn that's 18. I'm a kinesiologist, and I have my own rehabilitation clinic that I've had for years. I work a lot with people and different kinds of people in the rehabilitation world. And Jason,
Yeah, I'm Jason Cameron, Melanie's husband. I'm a project manager with an engineering construction company. Yeah, we have 2 wonderful kids, and we have an open conversation family that we like to have dinners together.
Perfect.
Yeah.
That's good. Yeah. We can just we can just cut it and make it like it's
Yeah.
it's good.
Okay.
Jason, yeah, no, it's good to have your introduction too. We
Yeah.
might not necessarily use it, but we like to have it just to
yeah, you can put it in if
make
you want or
guys
not.
feel comfortable that they're eating, and also kind of like
Yeah.
we might use it or might not, because we'll probably put like lower third like titles and introduce you just by saying
Yeah.
um,
So-
you know, parents or like of graduated student from
Yeah.
like
It's going to be really interesting because you're going to meet our daughter later.
Yes.
So it's going to be really interesting to see what she has to say.
Oh my gosh.
So
I
maybe
don't know what
it'd
she's
be
gonna
terrible
say.
to maybe just get
At least they
the
have to
daughter, like
edit
give
it
the
to make
story,
it
because I think that
all.
was
Yeah.
Okay.
I just hope she looks like this happy person, not too.
Can we have something from Jason's point of view as well?
Yeah.
Can I ask Jason a little bit about? Can you introduce a little bit of like Kaylee and the situation before and like the struggle before? A little bit, like we never talk about it, like sort of the beginning general picture of what was happening before.
I mean, the sort of the struggles that.
Yes, from the beginning. So.
Yeah, so Kaylee during high school was an exceptional student and performed very well. It wasn't really until she went to university where she had some difficulties with school. And she was very hard on herself because she knew she could perform a lot better than she was. And it was during that time that we'd discovered this Aerosmith program. And went from there.
I think what Julia was asking
Yeah.
too is like when she was young, though, we went through a lot of difficult times with her
Yeah.
when she was young in high school.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, it seemed every conversation that we had was always an argument. Yeah, we definitely had some challenges with her. But now after the program, it's it's a joy to be around Kaylee. It's
I think we have a lot.
Yeah.
I think
Yeah.
we have a lot, and
I don't really want to repeat
you
what I
guys
was
are
doing.
great. No, sometimes you repeat just
Yeah.
to get the other person just like saying
Yeah.
something and
Yeah.
just to have more options in the editing.
Yeah.
No, I don't.
Oh, okay.
I'm not
Yeah.
torturing. Try not to torture me.
Yeah, yeah.
You guys did amazing because I know Jason. You guys have different styles. Like Melanie, you're really good at delivering information. Like you're like kind of like a natural in a way, but you also added emotion, which is really.
One clap, please.
Oh.
That'll work.
Okay, Melanie, can you tell us a little bit about that?
Yes, yes.
The fact that you kind of trusted the program and
Yes.
how it all started
Yeah.
to
Come together.
come together.
You go into this program with a little bit of faith and hoping for good results, but you really don't know how it's going to go. And when we started to see the real coming together of these changes with Kaylee and this kid of ours who was so happy and joyful and it going so well. We happened to, we'd been noticing it for a little while, and we happened to have a meeting with her teacher, Luciana, and it was so reassuring and it was so positive to hear that Luciana was seeing those changes too. She was having these amazing conversations with Kaylee at Brain Academy, at the school. They were having these back and forth conversations and laughs, and she said, I see the joy. And here I go again.
It's okay, it's okay.
You can just cut off that part.
It's okay, take a second, and I would say maybe, in the meantime, like, think if there is anything else that you feel like is important to cover that we kind of like could have covered that you
I
guys,
think the
any
only other
suggestion?
thing, and I think, and Melanie and I have talked a lot about how, and Janet and I
Oh,
have talked a lot about this, about
crisis.
how, it's like, because this program is a little out of the box, people are willing to try it because they're desperate or they're in a crisis situation. And we're trying to get around that,
Yes.
like, to, yeah.
I can totally speak to that.
Says like, no, it should be part of the school
Yeah.
system. And then we wouldn't have kids going through the school system with learning challenges.
I think I can, I think we need to talk about,
Yeah, you don't want to wait until it is a crisis, right?
Are you still rolling, chat? Okay, let's do it.
I think for us too, we so wish we had found this program sooner, because I think a lot of people, and we just happen to find it when people are in a crisis.
Yeah.
Their kids are failing, like they are.
Yeah, it's almost a last resort, and it shouldn't be. It should be part of an initial developmental process.
Yes, and don't wait till you hit that crisis point. When Kaylee came back from second year university, the very end to try and finish that was such a struggle, and it's so hard on the children and it's so hard on the families, because you're watching them struggle and you're seeing that and you're trying to help them. And I think a lot of people know that there's these weaknesses and difficulties there, but until they hit that crisis, they don't do anything about it until they're at the point where, oh my gosh, we have to do something, and we have to do it now. So we just wish that we had found it sooner. And I like to tell other people about it because I don't want them to hit that point.
Yeah. And I think some parents, they may not recognize there's a problem there until it becomes too late. Because I think a lot of smart kids can accommodate some of their weaknesses, but then if the workload or the situation gets more demanding, that's when they break down.
It eventually catches up with them. And also, I think as people, we do the best we can, but sometimes it takes a little bit more to push you to that, and it would be better if you could get it sooner and start these programs sooner.
So would you think that in an ideal world you think it should be part of the system? Like,
Oh, absolutely. If they could do some of this, I mean, I think in Australia they're already doing the clocks portion of this program in elementary schools.
wait, there is a cat.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
yeah. I think we must be almost
Yeah.
hit everything, right?
Thank you so much, you guys.
I
That
think
was
we
amazing.
have it, Chad. I don't know if we need to talk about the school system. They mentioned it before.
Well, it might come up, yeah.
Oh my God.
So this is Julie.
Julie, how are you? We met before.
Yeah, we have.
Haven't we met before? Through Yas somehow? Is she friends with Yas? No.
Yeah, but I know, yes.
Okay, Julie, tell us a little bit, introduce yourself and what do you do?
My name is Julie Blanchard, and I am the CEO of House and Home. I have 2 boys, 3 dogs,
Oh, hold
2
on.
guinea pigs.
I love that. Okay, sorry I interrupt you. Can you try to look at me?
Yes.
And not, because I
Not
know that there's a
not
lot of
we're so
distractions.
not you guys. I'm not talking
You guys
to
are
you two.
beautiful, but you're
I am not
distracted.
talking to you. I am talking to Julia.
Not to the
Okay,
ladies here,
we are
just to
having a
me.
conversation.
Okay.
Even though my friend
I
is
know.
over there and she's like my safe zone, and I'm automatically gonna go there. Right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Look at her.
Okay.
Okay, Julie, again. Yeah, take a breath.
Sorry,
You-
before we
sorry.
start rolling, can we kill this overhead light that's, the LED strip?
I would like more candlelight reflection on my face,
And
please.
actually, now that we're looking at this, I'm just, sorry, I'm gonna cut. We're gonna you get to clap again.
Oh.
Rolling here, can you clap for us, please? We're rolling.
Tell us a little bit, introduce yourself and what you do.
My name is Julie Blanchard, and I wear many hats. I am the CEO of House and Home. I have 2 boys, 1 husband, 3 dogs, 2 guinea pigs. I manage my husband's commercial real estate business. And do you want to know about me? Like, no, stop there.
That's good.
That's
No, that's a lot.
that's
And
what
you're
I
a
do.
busy- You're a busy woman, I like that. Okay, so tell me a little bit about how did you decide, or what happened that made you decide to look for extra stimulation or
Well, I didn't have to go looking for extra stimulation. It found me. My friend Janet was explaining the program to me when they started Brain Academy and explaining all the benefits, the potential benefits of the clocks program. And she gave me the opportunity to try it, and it sounded amazing. Anything that could improve my mental acuity sounded like something worth trying. So I wasn't noticing deficiencies prior to starting clocks, but I was intrigued by the possibilities of clocks. I was excited to support my friend in her new venture, and went in with an open mind, just willing to give it a go.
okay. And can you tell us a little bit how was the process and what did you notice in terms of improvements?
I noticed changes in the way I felt immediately, like after 2 sessions. The first session was a real introductory session to understanding how the program worked, so we weren't actually practicing the clocks. But after the second session, right away I started noticing differences. And it wasn't, it was interesting things like more energy. I was sleeping, I needed less sleep. Not that my sleep was disrupted, but I was waking up earlier and ready to take on the day. I was, in the beginning, I started having really, really vivid dreams. I was fatigued after doing clocks, but like I said, like it was like a mental fatigue. But the next day I would wake up as I said, with more energy and more alert. So that was like the initial, those were the initial changes that I noticed. And within about a month, all that stuff kind of settled down to like a normal, like I like this increased energy level, and then it just feels like my brain has been turned on, like different parts of my brain has been turned on in the best possible way. I started to notice that say things that had been that I'd been worrying on or not able to figure out a solution to. I would be driving and like think, 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 think. It would just drop into place in my brain. Like, oh, I just have to like do this and talk to this person and take care of that. And it was like something was unblocked. There was
Can you give us another example?
yeah. Like daily regular parts of my day, things that I have to do to help our business move forward, or problem solve something, or figure out some banking tax related paperwork, which would typically be something that I would avoid at all possible costs, and my brain would just be screaming like, no, I don't want to do that. Suddenly there was no barrier, there was no blockage in my brain. It was like, okay, let's take care of this. I'll pick up the phone, I'll call this person. So it's helped me become much more productive. It has this was very significant for me, actually. It has reduced my anxiety dramatically. And again, this isn't something that I thought I needed. I wasn't seeking help with this. But boy, in retrospect, I realized that I was functioning with a very high level of anxiety, and that is non-existent, basically. I think I now operate in a very normal level of anxiety. A normal human. That was terrible.
No, that's fine. It's all good.
I feel like I get anxious about the right things now, and can see a really, really big difference for how I engage in the world and with the world, and it's a lot better.
Tell us about your family life. How did it impact that?
Oh gosh. I'm more easygoing with my family, with my kids. I'm lighter. I laugh more. I have less. I have less attachment to how they behave and they perform. So it's given me more confidence in myself. And improved our relationship, for sure.
Has your
Sorry, Julie, can I just interject here? You just have a piece of hair that's fallen down in the middle of your forehead. Thank you.
can you tell us a little bit if your family or your husband has noticed any difference in you in general?
No.
They never do.
No. No.
But you feel inside. How do you feel inside?
And that doesn't matter to me. It doesn't matter, because
So
I feel great.
How do you feel? How did you feel before, and how do you feel now? And regarding to the anxiety, it's huge because anxiety doesn't feel good. But
No.
can you give us a bit more info about that? Like
More information about the anxiety.
well, how it like you feel more like calm and like organized and productive.
I do exactly that. I just feel like I can manage my life I can manage my life better, but it's my emotional state of being that has improved. Now, that's not to say there isn't. Clocks definitely helps with that because there is an increased level of emotion or executive functioning as well. You're absolutely right. It's both sides of it for me. There's the emotional side, and then there's the executive functioning side of things, as in the preparing, the planning, the comprehension, all of which has increased. But I guess I think for me, the most profound change is the fact that my anxiety has come way, way, way down. So I think I've totally lost the thread of the question there, haven't I?
No.
No.
Totally what I wanted to hear a bit more in depth, like how you feel better inside.
I feel
because
better.
of that, because you're in control of your own life much better.
Yeah,
Like
I'm not doubting. I don't doubt myself. I don't second guess myself.
Oh, that I want to pick up on that. Hold on a
I
second. I hear it from.
Okay, Jerry, you can come up quickly.
Okay, I'm coming.
Sorry.
No, I hear some shuffling. I'm not sure if
How
that.
you felt before, how you feel now, and yeah, obviously, and yeah, talk a little bit about that, about what you were. Let's pick up on that, on how you feel regarding the improvements and the lack, like not having that to deal with that anxiety, feeling in control, all that stuff.
So before I started clocks, I was trying to redecorate my family room, and I had ordered a couch. And then I changed my mind about that couch. And then I would be getting up in the middle of the night, like making sure that I'd measured properly for that couch. And like the couch thing went on for ages. Okay, maybe this would be a change that my husband would notice, because finally he's like, this is the couch we're getting, It was like I couldn't make a decision, and I couldn't be comfortable. Once I made a decision, I couldn't trust that decision. I don't have that anymore. I don't have that self-doubt or fear that I've made the wrong choice, or about something as simple as a couch, but anything, right? I have confidence in my decisions and am able to, I don't, I'm no longer in a place of like, I can't believe I did that or said that, or why am I so stupid? That was a dumb thing to do. It's more like, oh, that didn't work out. What do I do moving forward? And it's not fear driven anymore or anxiety driven. It's life changing, for sure. So, yes, if you asked if my husband would notice something, I would say that definitely he'd probably notice that I wasn't like stewing and cycling in these, stuck in these decisions.
Sorry, I hate to interrupt you.
That's okay.
If you could just give me like a few overall ideas of so you're more you're not self-doubting anymore yourself or second-guessing your decisions. You're more efficient with your time.
Definitely.
You said it like more. You definitely don't have the anxiety anymore. So more like in control. Could you like just like name a couple of like things like that, or like instead of maybe like we already have examples, but more like
Oh, okay. So
So if you wanna just
like rattle off
yes,
benefits that
Yeah.
I've personally experienced from the program are I am, let's see, more energetic. I don't need to sleep as much, so I guess the two go hand in hand. I have less anxiety. In fact, I don't think I have. What?
yeah.
Let's try again.
Let's try again.
Let's try again. Okay. I have more energy, better focus, better comprehension of things that would have confused me in the past, less anxiety, more confidence. I can organize and plan and make decisions much faster.
That's good. Tell me a little bit about your son and how did you decide? Who tried it first, and after, how did you decide to engage your?
Well, I was the first person in my family to do clocks, and because I was having such amazing results and from the program that I wanted everybody in the world to be able to do the program. I think that every brain can use clocks. So COVID hit and schools shut down, and that to me was the perfect opportunity to put my son in it. And Luke is 12 years old. He's a bright boy, and he's very athletic. He has normal struggles with written output in school, written output and reading in school, but nothing dramatic, nothing significant. So I wanted him to do the program as a general well-being type of thing. And he hasn't finished the clocks program, and he will go back to it. But since doing it, I have noticed him he's more articulate, particularly in his ability to express how he's feeling or understand complex emotions. So I find like his emotional intelligence has leveled up. The other change that I've noticed in him is he has taken ownership of his training. He's a hockey player, and he now is very well, he's very prescribed in how he plans his training program. He plans his schedule. He plans his workouts. And I think that the level of detail and ownership that he takes over his own performance and schedule and training is exceptional for a 12-year-old boy. So with him, the trickiest part is finding the time to fit it in, and that's something that we have planned for September that he will go back to.
That's great.
Mm-hmm.
Tell tell us a little bit? I think you mentioned that your mom after one.
Mm-hmm.
Can you talk about her?
Sure. So my mom is in her 70s, mid 70s, and her mother had dementia, and so I wanted to see if we could get ahead of things with my mom. So she has really embraced the program. She takes it very seriously. She is very, very, she's very dedicated to it. It's interesting watching how I progress through the program and how Luke progresses and how my mom progresses, because all of us are doing it at very different speeds. So it's tricky, I think, for me to measure my mom's, the changes that my mom has experienced through it. One, because again, it's from COVID and we haven't been around each other a lot, but
What does she say?
she's really pragmatic about it. Like, she measures her progress based on where she's at in the program. So I don't know if she's had that opening of, I don't know if she's had her brain like cracked open yet, in all the benefits that
How long has she done
I've felt. She been less than a year, I think. How long have, oh, maybe longer.
How is
It's been since COVID. Like, she started it since COVID. She's never had the benefit of being in the at the studio or being able to have like a face-to-face with Luciana, it's been a different experience for her. So, can I speak on her behalf and articulate the benefits for her? No. Can I say that she's absolutely committed to the program and she is, yeah.
Can
She
you,
is.
so we can't really talk yet about your mom too much because
No.
you haven't noticed, because you haven't seen her.
Yeah,
So it's hard to tell.
and I've asked her the questions based on my experiences, and she can't speak to that.
Yeah.
So she's definitely experiencing in a different way, right? And it's the same. Like, if I ask my 12-year-old to articulate how he feels about clocks, he's going to tell you that he hates it because he has to take 2 hours out of a day, a couple times a week, to sit there and do it. But then he also does love it. He also loves it. And
Tell us why he loves it.
he loves Luciana. They had a little group that worked together during COVID, so he got to know the other kids that were doing it, and he loved the measured success, right? So you do the clock, you get timed, you get a grade, right? It happens quickly. He loved that.
Does he feel like he noticed changes?
Yeah, I couldn't get that out of him. But he's going back to it in September. So I feel like that's indicative of it being a positive experience. He's going back to it willingly.
So if you, because you felt like how much it impacted you,
Yeah.
what would you say how would you talk to a friend about it? How would you recommend it? What would you say about the program?
Well, if I'm talking to a peer, someone the same age, I would talk about those benefits that I talked about before, and the fact that I'm so much more in control of my life. I recommend it to people all the time. What was the question again?
Who would be a great candidate, do you think? Pick up the question. Who do you think it would be a great candidate for this?
I think a great candidate for this program is anybody with a brain. Anybody. I think that it has, I'm guessing, based on my experience of having different family members doing it, that the program meets your brain where your brain's at. And while there's similar benefits that every person gets out of it, as far as the executive functioning, actually that's something I have to come back to, it also affects you where you're struggling, or impacts you where you're struggling personally, emotionally. Let's go back to that. Who would be a great candidate for the program? Anybody is a great candidate for the program. And can we cut? I'm spiraling.
I love that, what you're going to say.
Can you clap for me, please?
Okay, Julie, tell us about the issue with the numbers.
Numbers were a challenge for me. They were foggy in my brain. I didn't like to deal with it because it didn't come quickly or easy for me. That is no longer an issue with clocks. That's no longer an issue since doing clocks. It's like a fog has lifted on numbers and how they work, and there's no resistance on my part to handling and dealing with it.
Talk about, like, can you talk about the profound changes that you were mentioning?
If I had an expectation of how clocks was going to benefit me prior to starting the program, I expected it to be the executive functioning and comprehension, based on what I'd learned of the program from Janet. But what has been more profound for me has been the way I feel emotionally since doing the program. And I feel so much calmer, confident, grounded, and less reactive. And less stressed. And when you ask who's a great candidate for clocks, I think everybody's a great candidate for clocks because I want everybody to experience that.
That's great. Can I ask you the first question again, just because now you're like super much more comfortable?
Okay, but how much information do you want in the
I don't
first
want any
question?
information, I just want you to introduce yourself. So back to the very beginning.
Yeah, okay.
Just tell me, just tell me a little bit, let's start from the beginning, but you don't have to start and tell everything. Just, I want you to introduce yourself.
Like just my name.
Just introduce yourself,
Blanchard,
tell us what you do, a little bit about your family history, and that's it.
Okay. Oh, I'm rolling. My name is Julie Blanchard. I am a mom of 2 teenage boys. I am. See, no, I blew it.
It's okay, just
Blew it.
go it again. We can edit it a million times, so no, there is no mistakes for real. There's no.
Okay. My name is Julie Blanchard. I've been doing clocks for, should I say that? I've been doing clocks for a year or what? No, sorry, no.
So, introduce, like, name, what do you do, and kids, and, family.
My name is Julie Blanchard. I am the CEO of House and Home. I have a husband, 2 teenage boys, 3 dogs, and 2 guinea pigs. It's a busy life. I manage my husband's commercial real estate business and everything else that goes on at our house.
That's perfect. That's nice. I love it. Because you have a freaking busy with the guinea pigs.
Oh my God, the guinea pigs!
Who in their sane mind would add guinea pigs? I hate them.
They're named after.
I love them, but I hate
Hate
them. You
them.
know how much work guinea pigs are?
A
Like,
ton.
They poop all the time.
They are called pigs for a reason. They are called pigs for a reason. You know what? Everybody else got COVID pandemic puppies and kittens. We got pandemic guinea pigs.
Oh,
The guinea pigs' names are Jonas and Luke, which are my son's names.
Oh my god.
And they were at the SPCA, and my friend sent me a text saying, "You've got to check out these guinea pigs. Look at their names." And then,
That might be a friend of mine that gave them for adoption. I swear to God.
seriously,
I am not kidding.
seriously,
I am not.
you knew somebody who had guinea pigs that were named Jonas and Luke.
I think she got rid of them.
One was white. No, it was in.
Gray. They are gray.
No,
No?
no. One is white and one is like brown and black and white's like
Yeah, one is
Appaloosa.
kind of black and white. But the white, I don't remember white or
One is
maybe
all
it's
white.
because it was so dirty when I had to
Oh, maybe because it was so dirty when you had to
Ah,
clean
clean
it.
it. And I had to, help her when she was away. And I was like, who has guinea pigs?
Yeah. Well, my son Luke. No, my son Luke has guinea pigs. They're his.
You did?
You had them growing
Oh
up
my
too.
God, you guys.
Yeah.
You
We
guys-
had rabbits, which are probably worse
Oh.
for poop.
Yeah.
But
Yeah, they're his guinea pigs.
Are we missing something important that Julie hasn't covered? I feel like
No, I think
she's got everything.
yeah, I think we're good.
Yeah. I mean, it's been a life-changing program for me, for sure. Life-changing.
why don't you just get that?
Yeah, let's
I
say
wasn't
that.
ready for it.
Can you just say that?
Nothing.
It's been a life-changing program for me, honestly. Life-changing.
You should probably do it without looking at me.
Sorry.
It goes right to the camera.
Sorry.
No worries.
One more
I
time.
I think well, true. Okay, now it's gonna feel all fake.
It happens, I know. I know.
It has been a life-changing program for me, and I'm so thankful for it.
That's awesome.
Perfect.
That's it. That's the
Thank you.
wrapping line. I love it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
cut, please.
So Kaylee, look at me, and when I ask you something, if you don't mind picking up the questions. So for example, if I said, what's your name? You would say, my name is, and you know, that's kind of picking up. Or how old are you? I'm like, I am, da da da.
Okay.
Okay, that's kind of the idea. So can you, Kaylee, introduce yourself and just tell us a little bit who you are, what you're studying?
Okay. My name is Kaylee. I'm 21 years old. I am at the University of Victoria studying English with hopefully a minor in sociology. And I just recently completed over a year of the Aerosmith program.
Great. Can you tell us a little bit about how did you end up taking the program?
My mom is good friends with Janet and Geraldine, who helped start the North Vancouver location of the Aerosmith program. And so through them, I think my mom first heard about this, and she was really interested in the program because I've always had issues with attention. I had an ADHD, or is there a different term? ADHD diagnosis, and I always had some difficulties in school, and this is a program that can help you if you have any difficulties in school. And so she was really interested, and she learned a lot about it, and she proposed the idea of possibly doing some assessments and sitting down with Lucci to learn more about it. And I ended up doing the assessments and then started the program.
And Kaylee, how did you, at the beginning, what did you feel about it? What did you think?
At the beginning, I was extremely skeptical. I was still interested, and I knew my mom really, I think, wanted me to do it because she believed in the program. But at first, I was very skeptical. Even when I started, I was still pretty skeptical. That's why I said I sat down with Lucci once before, just to have her answer a lot of my questions and have her talk about the program, because it doesn't sound as great coming from, say, my mom, who doesn't know exactly what she's talking about. Like, she knows of the program, but
Sorry.
she doesn't know
We
about
gotta
the
cut.
program.
Got voices.
Hey, you guys,
Do you want to cut? Or
we have to,
Just 1 second.
Okay.
So Kaylee, can you tell us again, sorry to make you repeat, but can you tell us the story again? How did you feel about the program at the beginning?
At the beginning, when I first learned about the program, I was very skeptical and unsure if I wanted to do it. My mom was really committed to the idea of me joining the program, but I really wasn't sure. I sat down with Lucci and talked about it, I think, before I even did the assessments, I think.
No, after
After I did the assessments, just to learn more about it from her directly and have her answer my questions, because I had a lot of questions. And even when I started the program, and even sometimes during, I would still feel kind of skeptical as to why I was doing it and if it would help me at all or like that.
And then?
And then now, I think it really helped. I'm a lot less skeptical about it than I was in the beginning, now that I've completed it and have seen some of the changes that have occurred in me.
Can you tell us a little bit about the changes?
It's hard for me to say for sure what changes I see specifically. It's generally a lot of the people around me who notice it more prominently, but I do notice that my time management is better. It's easy for me to be organized for like events even days in advance, whereas before I would be leaving it to the last minute and then rushing to get everything organized and forgetting things, whereas now I don't. And it's just a lot of little things. Like, I was driving my brother to Inter River Park this morning, and it's only 10 minutes away from my house, and I've been there a couple of times, but normally before I did the program, I would still need to like put directions in my phone, use GPS, because I'd always be a little bit unsure about what route to take. Like if I had to make like a left turn here, a right turn here, even with all the signs that would point to Inter River, but I was able this morning to just go directly to Inter River.
Sorry,
Yeah.
sorry, this is not.
It's Max. Hey, Maxie. Sorry. Did Dad ask you to do that? Okay. It's just because we're filming. It's making noise.
Fire.
Do you have something to do right now? Okay, just leave it on there.
Being
You can
helpful.
do it after we
He's being
finish filming,
helpful,
okay?
My
Sorry,
son
Dad.
will, I have to ask him 10 times.
It's because Jamie.
Tell him
asked
to come see
do
me.
that, so.
I take care of that.
You
Jamie.
wouldn't think it would make that much noise, but when it's so quiet. Okay, we're still rolling.
Okay.
So Katie, so sorry. Can you pick that up? I know it's hard to talk about that sometimes, but so tell us what the good things that you noticed.
The good things.
Oh, sorry, we have to cut. We just ran out of memory card.
Oh, well,
I would say I've noticed that since I've completed the program, my time management is better. I normally wouldn't have arrived on time for this interview before. It's easier for me to plan ahead for events, make sure I have, if it's like a vacation, like all the clothes I need, all the little things like soap, toothbrush, towels. Whereas before I definitely would have forgotten or not have everything ready ahead of time. Usually would have done it like the night before. I'm way better with directions. It sounds kind of silly, but like this morning I had to drive my brother down to Inter River Park, and even though it's a park that's about a 10-minute drive from my house, I've been there many times. Before I completed the program, I absolutely would have needed to put the GPS on in my car because I just would not have been able to remember the route or felt confident that I wouldn't need directions. But this morning I didn't need directions at all, and I've noticed a lot of things like that with going to people's houses, going to like areas that I've been to before, even if it's not like a specific area I know, like I don't know where someone's house is. Now when they tell me the street, like I can kind of have a way better idea of where I need to be going.
so it sounds like you're saying that you can create pictures in your head much easier, and you can see kind of things like that.
It kind of feels like if there was a big map in my head that I can now see the entire map instead of just focusing on different sections of the map at a time without knowing what was in between one place and another.
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Mm-hmm.
That's pretty cool. Can-
Sorry,
That's okay. Can you tell me something specific though about subtitles? Because that's remarkable.
Oh yeah. One thing that was really, really helpful for me is when I was in school, high school and university, I have always really struggled with listening to people talk for like anything longer than a minute, because it just kind of felt like even though I was paying attention and really trying to listen, everything would kind of go in one ear, out the other. And even with things like television, like watching movies, watching TV shows, I'd always want the subtitles on, because it always felt like after people spoke, I was trying to catch up to remember what they just said and how it fit within context. And that was really frustrating, because everyone else just watches TV and they just know immediately what the words are, like what people are saying to each other. But for me, it would always kind of take a second, or I'd have to pause it to think, like, you know, maybe they said something that sounded like a different word, like let's say the word newt, like they were like, oh, I saw a newt in the pond, and I'd have to be like newt, N-O-O-T, like, or just stuff like that. And now that I've done the program, I don't need subtitles anymore. It's a lot easier for me to watch TV shows without having to read what people are saying.
So when you're watching those TV shows now, that you're not focused on the bottom of the screen where the subtitles are you noticing more expressions and emotions and relationships and connections on the actual acting and the movement?
I would say so, yes. It's easier for me to focus on like what people are doing, what their faces are doing, expressions, and a lot of like other details that I definitely would have missed, because I would have been focusing more on the little words at the screen, just so I knew what was going on.
And do you think that ability now then that you're noticing that, does that play out in real life? Like, do you notice when you're people watching, or you're out at a park, or even, you know, at a restaurant, or even at work? Are you able to kind of focus on that language, how people are talking, and their emotion in that language at the same time now, better than you did before?
Yeah, I mean, I haven't really paid attention to how I am with people watching, but I think just in meeting new people and having conversations with people who I'm not very close to, it's a lot easier for me to talk to them, because I'm not focusing so hard on what they're saying to me. I can focus a lot on like more on their face and respond more quickly and build up a repertoire easily.
That almost sounds like your conversations and work with other people is a lot less clinical.
I would say so, yeah. It's
Wow.
less me just sort of listening to someone and more having a conversation.
And engaged in
Engaged
that, in real
conversation,
time.
because I think a lot of people have noticed that, you know, when they're speaking to me, it kind of feels like I'm just sort of listening to what they're saying as opposed to reacting to what they're saying. Responding to it.
Yeah. Amazing.
Mm-hmm.
That makes a big difference in real-time life.
It does.
Fabulous.
Kaylee, can you tell us a little bit about how you feel now compared to if you try to remember how you felt before, sometimes in general in your life?
I would say I feel a lot more secure.
That's a good word.
Yeah, before I kind of felt like all over the place, because I had to pay extra attention to so many different things, and I was always paranoid that I was missing something or had forgotten something, or someone had said something important to me and I had missed it. But now, like going about my day-to-day, like I just feel more secure that everything's just sort of running a little more smoothly, that I haven't left anything important, that I'm not, you know, about to be late for work, that I didn't remember that I was starting at like 1 or a different time. I just feel more comfortable in my mind.
I remember in the first couple of months that we were back in class, and you had a major mastery, and I was really, really proud of you. Like, it was a big one, and I came over to your desk and I put my arm around you and gave you a hug, and that's the first time you told me, see that she's scrunkled up her nose, that's the first time you told me that you weren't really comfortable with that. And knowing your profile, I know where that comes from and what would make you a little nervous about that. And I thought, that's what I'm going to work on, because you're a remarkable person. And I thought, you know, that's where we're going to go, and I'm going to work you hard. And I did. That's our thing.
To hug me?
No, just that you are comfortable, as you say now, because on your last day, I got a reward for all of my hard work, because you hugged me twice without even thinking. And I was like, oh, I can't believe it. I went home and told everybody, Kaylee hugged me twice. But that's how comfortable you are in who you are now. Like, you are engaged in conversations and, you know, jokes and sarcasm and storytelling far more. You were a listener. You had to be a listener before, and now you're a storyteller.
Yeah, my parents have definitely noticed I'm much quicker with the jokes. That was something that personally made me really happy, because I always felt that, you know, friends who like really know me and were really comfortable with me, they got to see that I would have, like, you know, some funny responses, funny stories. But even with my family and friends I'm not that close to, I just be more focused on listening to other people and
Trying to translate.
trying to sort of translate things in my head, even though we're all speaking the same language.
Yeah.
And I've never had a problem with English, but
No.
I'd still just kind of have to sort of rework it in my brain and make sure that I was just kind of going over what they said. But I think maybe the quicker on the jokes is a bit of a confidence thing too I got from the program, because I feel more secure that I know what people are saying to me, that I'm absorbing it faster.
Therefore, your timing as a comedian has
so my
become
comedic
much
timing
better.
has greatly improved.
That's awesome. Luciana, can you tell us a little bit, can you introduce yourself and tell us about your expertise?
Yes. My name is Luciana Holmes. The students just call me Lucci. I have been an Aerosmith teacher for 15 years, and it is, you know, what I'm meant to do, because it just opens possibilities for every student that I have taught. So I love going to work every day, but I also am a parent of an Aerosmith graduate, so I bring that side of it to my work, because my son did a full program, and it changed the trajectory of our family and his life. And he'd be the first person to admit that, and, you know, visits the school all the time and talks to the students and comes to give them trouble when they're giving me trouble. But the brain is fascinating, but how it connects to the heart and the soul is the most important thing to me. And I know that I have to have a connection with each of my students, a really strong connection with them, full of trust, a lot of love, because I'm going to ask them to do stuff that's really uncomfortable. And I'm going to push and nudge, because in my students' discomfort, they have all kinds of strategies that they've developed over their years of avoiding and, you know, other behaviors that just help them bypass a difficult task. And so by asking them, but by letting them know that I am always right behind them, and I'll never ask them to do something that I don't think they can do, then they allow themselves to become vulnerable and work that brain really hard, and then they make the changes that happen. And so, yeah, it's just what I do.
Amazing. It sounds like you're one of the lucky people that gets to be very passionate about what you do for a living.
Absolutely. There's no doubt. No doubt.
That's not so common, which is, you know, it's like an ideal state of the human being in a way, just to find your passion and help others and have a rewarding job, right? Like your life sounds like.
I think it mostly is, you know, some of my training, I was a preschool teacher to begin with, and I learned a lot about child development and people development. and to really understand the whole idea of not trying to go around a person, not teaching around them, not teaching what I want on top of them, but to teach with them, to always be with them, beside them, and let them know that so that they're secure in failure if they need to, if they have to, if they have made a mistake, to be secure in a failure and know that someone's right there to say, holy cow, that was really, wow, let's do it again. You can do this, because it just takes one more try, and that's all there is to it. But knowing that someone's behind you, cheering you on, and not in that judgment of traveling with them, that seems to be a key that I noticed in my experience of then they'll really, I'm not in front of them, behind them, I'm just right there. And so they just open, and it's really kind of cool.
How did you end up graduating, going into the Aerosmith?
When my son was diagnosed, he was in grade 5, and I was an Orton Gillingham teacher, which is a reading remediation, and that's what he was diagnosed with, dyslexia and other areas with ADHD as well. And I was a single mom, and I could not afford the tutoring that was required for his education. So I decided to go get training and became an Orton Gillingham tutor. And then I kind of got plucked out of that program to go to my first job, and became an Aerosmith teacher. And that was the end of it. As soon as I was at that school and I realized what was really going on, of we're changing brains, like we're making them stronger. There's a possibility that we won't have to strategize and have coping mechanisms. That it kind of blew my mind way wide open. So I just kind of took that ball and ran with it, and I guess I still am. So, yeah, my son and I both started. I was a cognitive teacher the year he came in as a student, and we kind of grew for 3 years together, and off he went. And having that day that I always say to my students, what's my favorite day? The day you leave. Because you don't need me anymore.
That's what I was thinking, but
Yeah, you can answer that. Yeah, and so, after 3 years, he leaves, and I carried on and just grew everything I did about mindfulness, because that helps, and nutrition, because that helps. All the brain research that I've worked on personally is just everything so I can understand that heart-brain connection, because they're not in isolation ever.
Can you tell us about the connection with the Aerosmith and the neuroscience behind the...
Mm-hmm. Aerosmith is a very different program compared to most of the remediation programs that children with learning disabilities or children with learning differences have. Most of the other programs realize there's a difficulty in the brain. That are many different areas coming together, and they teach a child lots of different strategies to go around. This was my beginnings, and they work well, but not quite. If there are certain weaknesses and certain severe weaknesses, then no matter how many of these coping strategies and spelling lessons and all of that can have it, the brain can't hold on to that new information, and it just kind of falls through. The Aerosmith program is unique because through an assessment we identify which areas are weak, which areas are strong, because everybody has strong areas, and how severe or not so severe those weaknesses are. And then we take those in certain orders and we target them directly with exercises. So the exercises are just like taking your brain to the gym as opposed to taking your body to the gym. You don't work on your whole arm necessarily, you're gonna work on your tricep because that's what you're gonna focus on. So the same thing, we're gonna work on a specific brain area, and we're not gonna let any other strong area come in and try and help out. So by targeting that area, then that area just gets worked and strengthened until it starts to come online with the neural networks that it's supposed to. and it becomes stronger and stronger and stronger, so that it becomes an automatic network that just flashes really quickly. And then the brain is working efficiently and to the capacity that it can and should. So that makes learning much easier. And as we work all the areas that are having a weakness, then the whole brain comes back online together to be working much more like a typical brain that would be learning in a classroom at any age.
Can you tell us about the physiology, how it changes?
The dendrites grow. So Barbara Aerosmith, a lot of science to it, realized that, did a lot of experiments that by working the brain, there's a certain length of time the dendrites can grow, but there needs to be a certain amount of time in one sitting. There also needs to be a certain amount of what I call a hit at that brain area per week, so that it's, you wouldn't go to the gym once a week for a half an hour and expect to see really big changes. Changing the brain takes a lot of work, and it's very slow work, which is very hard to cope with sometimes with students, because in this information age where everything happens like next, they're much more into instant gratification, and they want it to be a lot quicker. But brain change is slow work. So having to get the right number of minutes of active, deep engagement, and then the number of times per week is really crucial for building the dendrites and lengthening them so that they can connect with other in the neural networks. And then, it starts to work that way much better.
Katie, shall we go back to you? Tell me a little bit about how do you think, I know your parents are very proud of you, that you actually decided to do the program and put the effort there. Can you tell us a little bit of how your experience doing the program, like how hard it was at the beginning, how you started to evolve, like in terms of like believing in the program?
When I started, I think I was pretty motivated to do it. Even if I was skeptical, I still wanted to put as much effort in as I could. But it's difficult work. It's not fun, and there's definitely no instant gratification. You have to really work to improve and to move forward in the activities that you do. In the beginning, it was definitely easier than at the end because I was more motivated. I hadn't really realized yet how much work it would be. And I don't know, I was having fun with it too. Lucci was a great teacher. I liked the kids I was doing it with at the time, so there was some fun in there. I will admit, as the program moved forward and it became, the fact that it was sort of like menial work became more obvious to me. I definitely lost the motivation to do it, and it was pretty difficult to keep going. And also to make the choice to continue to do the program a bit longer than I had originally intended, because I knew that it might be worth it for that brain change, even though by that time I was not having as much fun with it as I did at the start. But even though I was skeptical in the beginning, and even still kind of skeptical almost till the end, I think I kind of had a bit of hope that I would have brain changes, because it's hard with living with learning differences, even if they're minor. Like Lucci said, I don't want to be constantly strategizing on how I can just sort of make my life work better. I just want to be able to do those things without having to strategize.
What did you learn about yourself?
I don't really know if I have an answer for that.
You're pretty tough if you did that. You're resilient, right? But think about that and give me an answer.
You could kind of say I'm resilient, but I had a lot of trouble with it. There were a lot of days where I really, really didn't want to do it, where I just wanted to skip through, or find some way to make it easier to strategize on how I could get something done more quickly, even though it wouldn't make those brain changes. I don't know. I mean, I'm not gonna say I was the best student, especially after the sort of midpoint of it. But I showed up every day. I still did the work, even when I really, really didn't want to.
You became part of a community.
Yeah, that's true.
That is very true.
It's true. I met new people who I really enjoyed doing the program with. I met Lucci. I don't know. I think Lucci's a really big part of the program that she makes it. I don't think I would have joined the program if I hadn't had that conversation with Lucci. If it had been anyone else who wasn't as passionate or invested in the program, I probably wouldn't have done it.
Wow. In that community, though, did you find a difference between kind of landing in there and how that evolved? And it blossomed. I mean, let's give it what it was. And was that different from maybe landing in a community at university? Did that take longer at university or shorter? Like, what were the differences? What happened at our school that, I'm thinking mostly because you guys all asked as soon as, schools were opening up to come back to class, or to come to class in your case.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I found that as quite a wonderful experience, that you guys were feeling on Zoom that connected and like a class, that you wanted to actually come back and in some cases meet each other for the first time.
Yeah, I think definitely joining the program, like normally, I remember before I started, I was really, really nervous to be doing this with other people. I've always been insecure about the fact that I've struggled in school, even if I do really well, that I had these struggles. And I was nervous to be doing it with a group of people who would kind of know that I was there for a reason. And I was worried about what type of people I would be with, if I would get along with them socially, if I could make any kind of connection in a group where I hadn't met anyone, and I only knew of one person who was sort of a kind of a family friend who would be doing it. But yeah, when we started the program, I found I really enjoyed just sort of talking to or making little jokes with Thomas and Rachel, who I first was doing the program with. And we were all really eager to be in a classroom together. And as more kids joined, I do feel there was kind of like an instant connection with everybody, where it didn't matter if they were a couple years older or a couple years younger. Like there wasn't really any difference with age, and we all kind of got along and we all chatted because, like, I think Lucci is just sort of, it's hard not to feel comfortable around if Lucci's around, and so she's talking to everyone, we're all talking to each other, and I think just kind of the fact that, we all knew we were there for a reason. Like we all were kind of there because we all knew that there were certain areas that we struggled with, and there wasn't any kind of like who's doing, because we all started at different times too, or had, different struggles with certain things. There wasn't any kind of like competition going on. We were all really happy for each other whenever someone like mastered something or made really a lot of progress in something. And it was just like fun to do it with other people because it's pretty entertaining watching someone like get really close to like mastering like a clocks level or something, and you really want them to do it, and we're all kind of like watching, and then there's like always a little bit of like a yay celebration when someone masters a level.
And
It definitely is like a little community in the
Sorry,
classroom.
Luciana, can you tell us a little bit about that achieving the clock thing? I hear a little bit about that, but can you, like, I don't know anything about that. Can you explain a bit?
Our symbol relations is our cornerstone exercise of the Aerosmith program. We call it clocks because we're using clocks to strengthen an area of the brain. We do a lot of things with clocks. It's not just sitting and reading clocks. And as the students go through the first sub-levels, which are kind of what I call the thinking hard levels, they have masteries that come quick, especially if they're an older student like our young adults. And they feel confident. They have suddenly an idea of, oh, I can do this. And they get kind of excited. Then they master a certain very challenging level, and the person sitting next to them will be like, oh, great, that was really good, but now it just gets harder. And there's the big warning. And there's that careful what you wish for. You might not want to master this, but it is all in good. And then to get to the last level, which is really the part that works on processing speed before they go to add more complexity to the exercise, it's a much longer process. So it takes Kaylee's resilience, Kaylee's expertise in this now. It takes attention. It just takes so much of these factors in their brain and body now to stick with that, what's right there on the computer screen, for days and days and days. And this is where that instant gratification does not play well with clocks. And students have expectations that they'll do something and master and have this success in far shorter time. So my job is, I don't really teach, I just coach, and I'm constantly giving them that really great feedback when they get frustrated, like, I didn't do a good set. Well, you did 4 good sets, and now you've had what we call a hiccup. Dive back in. I'm right here. You'll do it. You'll do 4 more good, like that happens. But they're younger, and they want to be, they've had that time in their education where having a hiccup in a spelling test or whatever, a bad grade, has meant they have to hide. They may have to be a little bit self-deprecating because that's how they save themselves, and they have armor on. So my job in that mastery toward that, and they have these hiccups and a bad day or a bad set or a bad hour, whatever, is to just make them understand it's not a big deal. Tomorrow we'll start fresh if we have to, or 5 minutes from now we'll start fresh. Go take a walk. And just to coach them, because it does take a massive amount of time. So when they celebrate, it really is a massive accomplishment because it means the brain is now ready to take on more. So for little kids, they're very excited to take that first or that second step into it, because the first one is, it's still fairly simple. But when these guys get up to the higher levels, they often feel like it's kind of like the Holy Grail. And they know when they're going to get there. And, those last few steps, it's like punching through the wall. And what gets really exciting, I was going to say, your ability to be in the flow of life now is kind of stemming from that flow that they feel, that then all of a sudden it becomes like, almost out of body. They're in this zone. And then the mastery happens and the screen just pops up. The screen knows. I don't have to mark anything or anything like that. The computer just pops it up. And more often than not, the students will look, and then they look around the room, they look at each other, and it's like, I didn't expect that to happen. But that's how into it. They finally have achieved that level of attention where it's like nothing matters but like what's right there. And that's that, oh, I don't even know. They're so in tight with exercising that area of the brain so minutely and fine tuned that they don't get it. And then it's like, oh, there it is. And it's kind of, I mean, that's the coolest thing, because they'll look around and the other students see that they've popped their heads up like a gopher, and they'll be like, what? I think I just mastered. I'm like, and then the applause, doesn't matter. I've had 10-year-olds in the last month applauding an 18-year-old who's on Zoom. A classroom child is on Zoom with another, and they're applauding each other. And the 18-year-old is super happy that his little 10-year-old buddy is applauding, because it's just what makes it. And then it's like, now I'm ready for the next one. You know, there's that bring it on kind of mentality, which is like, that isn't part of a student's life if you've got some learning challenges. It's, everybody sits back, and now they're leaning into it, which is exciting.
Sounds really cool, guys. Kaylee,
We should do a cut just because
Oh.
this camera might kick out any second.
yeah.
Can I just mention?
Clap.
Yeah.
So Kaylee, again, just what are the things that you would tell me if I tell you I have concentration issues, anxiety? I feel overwhelmed with like things.
I think I would recommend the Eaton Aerosmith Brain Academy if you were
Can we stop?
Sure.
Not Eaton Aerosmith, just
Okay.
Brain Academy.
Brain
It's
Academy?
Aerosmith.
Okay.
Just keep eating.
I don't. It's
That's
so
okay.
confusing.
I know, because you were
There's
there
so
with me,
many
and that's where we
different
started.
names.
Yes.
Just say the Aerosmith program at Brain Academy.
Okay.
Yeah, but you're, yeah.
Okay.
Do you want to?
Yeah. Do I just restart? No.
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah.
If you were someone who was talking to me about struggling in school with, you know, really any little thing, like struggling paying attention in class, struggling to like comprehend what people are saying in lectures, being disorganized, any little thing, or just feeling like you could be a better version of yourself, I would recommend the Aerosmith program at Brain Academy, because I think it won't make you worse. It will improve you in various aspects of life, even if you probably in some ways that like I haven't noticed myself, or maybe my parents haven't noticed that I've improved, like maybe at work. I think the program, it's good to do for your brain, and it's, even though it's hard work, like it's still enjoyable. You'll be with a small community of people who probably in some ways will be kind of similar to you or have similar struggles, and it's fun to be in the program with them. And I don't know, it's a lot of work, but it can really help you. I'm glad I did it just because of all those little changes that I see now. I feel just a lot more confident going around about my day-to-day life.
We got it.
Fantastic.
Yay, that was perfect.
That is
Oh,
perfect.
God.
It was perfect.
That was
Especially when you quoted me.
Lucio, and I need you to clap.
Oh,
at
now?
some point.
Sure. Perfect.
Okay, can you introduce yourself first and tell us a little bit of an overview about your expertise?
Okay. My name is Luciana Holmes, and I am the lead Aerosmith educator at Brain Academy in North Vancouver, in Edgemont. And we've been running the Aerosmith program there for a year and a half. When COVID hit, we moved from in-person to completely online. And now we're really happy to be able to offer kind of both because we've got clients who are close by and in person, but we've also got clients that are not in Vancouver. And the Zoom approach and doing Aerosmith online and virtually is an exciting new step forward for the Aerosmith program. I have been teaching Aerosmith for 15 years, and I started out being an Orton Gillingham.
To recap.
Just getting voices.
Oh.
Somebody's chatting.
Who's talking? Max? Are you talking? Stop talking.
Sensitive mic.
Start over or carry on?
Maybe
Just
back
pick
it.
up the last concept. You were talking about the fact that you guys are doing Zoom. Expand that possibility of learning.
Okay. When COVID hit, we were able to offer the Aerosmith program and continue our programming online. So we became quite well versed in Zoom classes. And then when things opened up a little bit, we were able to invite our students back into class within the COVID safety protocols. And that really helped a lot of students who are living nearby to be able to engage, more face-to-face with a teacher, an Aerosmith teacher. But the Zoom students, it offers them an arena to make brain change, even though they're not in the city and able to take classes right there. So the distance education is really fulfilled that way, which is really an exciting new thing. Go ahead.
Oh, sorry. I was going to ask you. There's no noises, no?
Yeah, you're sorry, guys. Can we break for a bit? I just want to make sure you have the right questions.
Cutting.
Questions for Luci.
Could I get you to clap?
Mhm.
Not so hard. Don't hurt yourself. Perfect.
Okay, Luci, can we tell us a little bit about why are people seeking out Brain Academy Aerosmith program?
That's a really good question. We have a lot of different categories of people who need Aerosmith. The first level, as far as I go, is just students who have learning differences, whether they're diagnosed or not diagnosed. They're really struggling in school. They need reading remediation kind of program, but we now know that those things that are stopping them from becoming, good readers and good spellers and, good with numbers, those are just weak areas of the brain. So that's that first category. And so by strengthening those areas of the brain that deal specifically with those challenges, they can become much more typical learners. We also have students who are really good students to begin with, but then there are other parts of life and their makeup. It is all areas in the brain that deal with social things and time management and organization. So they have strengths that are allowing them to still be successful at school, but then the pieces that are not quite strong mean they need scaffolding from really great teachers, amazing parents, but that kind of work needs to be done to help them out so that they can, get to the finish line every day. We have young adults who have come into a program because they have been able to finish high school in a capacity and have gone on to university, but then found without the regular high school type scaffolding, university just becomes overwhelming. But we also have students who are not going to go on to post-secondary, and they start their work life and they're still struggling with work-related issues of being able to cope with multitasking and listening for instructions from employers and things like that. And then they're not able to keep jobs, so they're realizing that they need to kind of bump up something in order to become successful in their lives and become kind of that shinier version of themselves. We have adults who are finding in middle age, like myself, that things are starting to slip. They kind of lose their edge. The memory is just not quite as sharp anymore. Being in a conversation in real time, having to listen and devise a response in dialogue and things like that becomes harder and harder, and they find themselves just slipping to the edges of conversations, and that's easier. Those kinds of issues are a real problem, but they don't have to be. With exercising the brain, we have a lot of people who are really working on that right now and finding that's making a big change. And our last one is our kind of an excellence program. We have a lot of students who are striving to strengthen areas of the brain that in maybe sport or in their field of expertise in their jobs, they're just, they know that with an Aerosmith program, they can fine-tune all of those areas so that the neural networks can become stronger and more automatic, so that excellence in their field can be achieved without such effort. And so those are our general groups of why people are coming to Brain Academy.
That's great. I think you answered that fairly straight and well. Can you explain to us, ignorant rest of the humans, what is cognition?
Cognition is being able to think in real time, having those brain areas that need to be firing in order to perceive, to make connections, to make plans, to sequence. Cognition is what our brain is doing when we are going through those processes.
What is Aerosmith doing?
Aerosmith is targeting areas of the brain while we're doing the exercises that have a weakness. Sometimes I explain to the littler students that those weaker areas are just a little sleepy. And so since they are, other brain areas come in loud and proud and work to overtake them because it's more comfortable and it's easier. And those strong areas of the brain, which all of us have, are quite happy to go in and run the show. Aerosmith knows that those weak areas will only become strong if we can quiet the strong areas and engage in deep, effortful processing, active engagement, those weaker areas, and make them really do like a good brain gym workout with a specific task. And then that gets stronger and the neural networks can fire up together that way.
What's neuroscience?
Neuroscience.
Or not neuroscience. Let's talk about neuroplasticity, sorry.
Well, neuroplasticity is that whole idea. Barbara Aerosmith knew about it 40 years ago and devised these exercises, which is nothing short of a miracle. That the brain is plastic, which means it can change. We can create change. When I was younger, we thought that the brain, what you got when you were born, was what you get. And if you do things that kill brain cells, that's what we were taught, that's it. You're gonna, like one at a time, they're gonna be gone. And that paradigm was, of course, changed when we know that we grow new brain cells every night as we sleep. What we do with those has to do with what we engage in every day as far as exercise, nutrition, mindfulness, regular activities of life. The fact that the brain is plastic means we have to engage in activities that will change the neural, format of what we're doing. So we are waking up those sleepy areas so that they can do the job they're meant to do and hold on to the real estate that they're supposed to be taking up in our brain. Oh, good.
That was pretty good.
It was awesome.
Thank you.
And I threw it there without even meaning to.
I know.
You can come up.
Okay, thank you.
Do you feel like a prisoner in your own home?
No, it's all good. I listen in by the window, come up and down.
Poor guy. Okay. Tell us a little bit about how long does it take to see results in general?
Students and their parents often see results kind of, some of them happen quicker. It's a hard question to answer. Some of them take a little longer because it depends on the brain area that we're trying to, change. Certain areas take longer than others.
Sorry.
Yep.
Yeah.
The plane went over. Should we start it over?
Just give it a sec to.
Yeah.
They can't tell the plane to not make noise.
No.
It's actually been a pretty great day for air traffic for us.
Oh,
Yeah.
there you go.
Could be way worse. Okay, and we're rolling.
Okay, so can we just start again with that? So tell us a little bit about average time when we start seeing results.
It's a difficult thing to pinpoint because every brain is different.
Sorry, Luci.
Yes.
I told you wrong. Can you pick up the question and say,
Oh.
start saying, usually when we start seeing results is,
Okay.
or seeing results is a hard thing to blah, 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 but picking up the question. So the question is, how long does
Oh.
it take to see results?
That's a hard question to answer. It's how long to see results because every brain is different and every person's engagement in the program will be different. But having said that, lots of students and their parents will start to see changes sometimes at the 2-month mark, depending on which exercises that student is doing. Usually about 4 months is a really good benchmark that really kind of enough has gone on that the student knows that their brain is a bit different and they're willing to be out and about engaging and getting that brain area to actually do something in real time. So it's not so clinical in the classroom anymore, that it's actually out and about. And it always takes me back to a story. Our training, Aerosmith training, teaches us that, like right from the textbook. But when my son started in the year he did in September, they say 4 months, you'll see something different. And he worked from September to December. And that's exactly 4 months. And at Christmas time, my brother came to me, unbeknownst, and kind of said, "What is with him? He's like a whole different kid. He's fun to talk to. He's like hearing what we talk about. He's engaging in conversations with more people." And inside, I'm like grinning up and down, like I was the most proud mom in the whole world, because that's exactly what it is. People who haven't seen you, but now you're willing to do this, it's like when they get a haircut and you haven't seen them in weeks. But that's exactly what it is. But that's with real active engagement. How weak or strong an area was, there's so many different factors that can, play into that, and our brains are entirely individual, as well our life experience is individual. So it is a slow process, there's no doubt about it, and that's my main thing that I try and explain to students at the beginning. It's not going to be an instant thing. I can't sprinkle magic fairy dust and expect that to happen, but it's their hard work is what's going to create it as soon as they can.
Can you talk a little bit about the exercises and just talk about exercises.
The really brilliant thing about the Aerosmith program is that the exercises target the individual areas of the brain. after an assessment, we can identify which areas have weakness, and then we will take one at a time for, at our school, it's a 45 minute to an hour block. And we isolate that brain area. So my teaching is mostly to teach students what to do during this time, and then what not to do. Because there's a lot of different things that those stronger areas that have been floating their boat for so many years will go in and try and help out that area because it's been asleep for so long. So it's one by one we take, and we call those compensations. One by one we take those compensations away so that they're really working, they've targeted that area now, isolated it, and now they're really working it out. When they get to that point, students will often, get to the end of a block and say, oh, I'm really tired. It's like, now I know you're on it. You haven't taken an easy way. And they don't do that on purpose. It's just that's how the brain works. It wants to just achieve the success of what the task is in the shortest way possible. So taking that all away it takes a lot of resilience and a lot of fortitude to get down deep and engage actively in it instead of passively.
Can you tell us how many exercises there are and if they all need to be achieved?
There are 19 areas of the brain that Barbara Aerosmith has created exercises for. Some of them are much more specialized, but we usually kind of entertain exercises for a typical educational piece or even for our adult programs of about 14 areas that they can engage in. If they've had an assessment, we can go for all of them in certain orders and work on those one by one. But students can come in and work on our symbol relations exercise, our clocks program, without an assessment because pretty much everybody on the planet can use clocks, myself included.
Are the brain improvements or changes permanent?
They are permanent.
Can you pick that up? Sorry, can you say
The brain sorry. The brain changes that the exercises create are permanent. When the brain comes online with a strengthened area and that area starts to talk to the other neural networks within the neural networks, and the brain becomes much more efficient, what life just throws at people normally, a regular daily regime, that's what engages those areas back in that normal way. The other areas that have been trying to compensate for years, they just kind of fall away and let that area do the normal activity. So, when we strengthen those areas of the brain for a child or a student in high school that have to do with the reading and anything that can really help with a dyslexia diagnosis, once those areas are strengthened to a typical or an average capacity, it's important that we help parents and teachers understand this child now needs to read. They need to engage in that. They need, and we need to teach them how to do it. But once it's all fired up, it just stays fired up, which is terrific.
What happened with the aging brain?
Well, the aging brain, aging and our brain aging is inevitable, but it doesn't have to be as dire or drastic as we start to think. I mean, things happen, and that's normal physiology, but with an Aerosmith program and engaging the brain in these activities, we can strengthen those areas back up to average that are dealing with relationships and the complexities of life and remembering things. And just dealing with that, which is, that normal slipping and that feeling. A lot of people come and they say, I feel like I'm losing my edge. And that's like a dead giveaway for me. It's like, but this can change. This can be reacquired. This can be strengthened. And then with normal activity, they can get back into, staving off. Because, of course, when we first start to feel that memory loss, you can't remember that word, you can't remember the shopping list, even though it was 3 things long in the middle of Safeway, and you kind of think, is this the beginning of dementia? Like, am I losing it completely? And it's not. There are so many things that we can do to stave off any of that progression if that's what's coming, but the Aerosmith program is an active, it's like going to the gym. It's an active way of developing a stronger brain headed into that last part of our life.
What is happening in the brain of a person with a learning difference?
For a person with a learning difference, each brain is different. So you're going to come up with, we test, 14, 15 areas of the brain, and every one comes up different, which means one student might be a really good reader, but they can't really spell. One student might understand what they're reading, but then still cannot read aloud. There are so many different things that make up the individual brain that to be able to strengthen, you know what, I've lost the question completely. Start over. I was like, wait,
No,
I went
because
somewhere.
it's a tricky
I
one.
went there.
It's a tricky
Yeah.
question, 'cause it says what
You get me talking about
happens-
aging brain, and look what happened.
What's happening in the brain of a person with a learning disability or
Oh
difference.
yeah, I know why I lost it, because it was like, oh, I want to talk about what is
There's
there.
so many
Yeah.
different, right?
Like talk about, like we always do, this is actually going to the root of the problem versus tutoring, which is a Band-Aid solution, you know what I mean?
But I don't want to say something like that specifically, because if we're going to be interviewing Madeline, it's going to be on that. Isn't that going to,
Well, hers is remediation,
right?
yeah.
Okay. Okay, so what is happening?
Just say that it goes to the root cause of the problem, so that the learning difference that's presented before, and then after doing the Aerosmith program, they don't have a learning difference. You know the way that you say that?
Yeah. 'Cause
But start with what you were talking about. I agree, like to explain why people are struggling.
Right.
As well, and then that's sort of the.
Okay, I can lead to that. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Okay, so what's happening what's happening with a student with a learning difference is that they are experiencing life with weak brain areas and strong brain areas. But the weak brain areas are specifically related to their education. And so they may have areas that will help them in ways, but the weaknesses are going to hold them back in reading, in math, all those areas that are important. So the Aerosmith program goes kind of to the root of the problem. We don't actually teach, going around it and trying to figure out how to remember how to spell something. We're going to take that spelling area of the brain that's responsible for spelling, and we're going to go to the root of that problem. We're going to exercise that area so that it comes up and increases its capacity to be a more typically working area of the brain.
I think that's a good answer, right?
Okay.
Mm-hmm. And I think, I don't know if you touched on this one, Kaylee, but just the fact that you might have somebody with a learning difference who academically in school, like
Yeah,
the teachers really don't
Yep.
identify them because.
No, that might be a bit of a rabbit hole that you're going to go down because of all those. I can't help talking about more than that, though. I mean, noticing that.
They're criticizing the system a bit, no?
Yeah.
It will be, yeah. What about anything to do with strategies that kids come up with? Not that I'm going to individualize them.
No, I think, I mean, Luciana has.
Oh, I was going to say.
You.
Want me to cut?
What's the
Yeah, I think so. Sorry, Chad.
Okay.
How individual the program is.
Mhm.
Can you tell us a bit about that?
Yeah. So, what we're trying to achieve at Brain Academy.
Sorry, the plane out there is.
Oh, yeah. Okay, it's going. Just give it a sec. It's only halfway across.
Harbor Air.
Yeah. Well, and then there's a big 747 up top, but can't hear him. It's too far away.
Yeah, it's the little props.
They're just waiting for them to run with their dog. It's not gonna they're bringing their dogs. It's gonna be.
Oh dear.
I think we're okay now.
Okay.
Okay, that's good.
What we're trying to achieve at Brain Academy with the Aerosmith program is kind of a unique experience, knowing that each student in the Aerosmith program has an individualized program, because no brain is the same as the next person. They have different start levels and things like that.
We might have to, hold on,
Okay.
hold it for a second. James is talking and we can hear him.
Yeah, I can hear.
He's on a conference call.
I know, that's the problem.
Should we?
Shall we cut then?
It is. Number 2, Gabby, can you clap for us? Okay.
So Gabby, can you introduce yourself and talk a little bit about who you are, what you do, and a bit general about your family?
Sure. I'm Gabby Von Fetten, and we live in Whistler. I'm a mom, and my son Theo is 10 years old.
Perfect. Steve, can you tell us a little bit about Theo and in general, his learning profile, his personality, a bit of Theo's, how is Theo?
Well, he's Theo's 10, and living in Whistler full time's been really, I think, good for him. He excels in a lot of areas of life, but we did notice that he was struggling a bit with slow processing speed and some reading, and but he excels in a lot of other really incredible areas in his life, like music and math, and very active, very healthy lifestyle for him up there. So,
Gabby, can you tell us a bit about how did you guys thought of Aerosmith program and how did you approach it?
Sure. So Theo was diagnosed with dyslexia and slow processing speed, and I went about down a sort of rabbit hole of research and trying to find the root of the problem and possible solution which led me to Brain Academy and a dear friend, Janet Allen, and the Aerosmith program. So once I started doing more research around the neuroplasticity and the brain's ability to change, I decided to enroll Theo in the program because I thought it's the best way of getting to the root of the issue and helping him.
Steve, how did you, when Gabby told you about it, how did you feel about at the beginning? How did you take this information?
We were all in. It was quite an easy decision. What we've wanted to do is always try to get ahead of what his learning challenges were and make sure that he never felt that he had challenges. And some of the programs we'd been doing to date, they were good, but we knew it wasn't enough, and we wanted to really kind of give him the best chance that he could ever have, so that he would excel not only with reading but all the other areas that we felt strong in. So we were really excited about it.
Gabby, what were the things that you noticed or that school noticed about like Theo struggling?
Well, what we noticed at home was executive function. So the ability to sort of start and complete tasks as simple as, getting his shoes on for school or, packing his lunch into his bag. And at school, it presented itself with reading and written output in the classroom. And that really, was a struggle for him. And I felt like a lot of the information that was coming at him in the classroom was not being retained.
Did the teachers said anything?
Yes, so the teachers pointed out to us that they felt there might be some learning differences and learning challenges. So we did an assessment at which point it was shown that he was dyslexic and slow processing speed.
And those tools that we were working with the school on and other practitioners on to help him with his reading, it was one step. We feel this has actually given him and us the ability to really excel and potentially cure what the issues have been diagnosed as. And so we've always been open to new programs, new ways to look at life and education, and particularly with him, and that's why we kind of jumped at the opportunity.
And I think, again, just going to the root of the issue, and with the neuroplasticity, I really, really strongly believe that the brain can change. And so why not go to the root of the issue and strengthen those areas of the brain that in Theo are weak? And then, one would hope that over the long term, he won't have to have this support anymore, because once those weak areas are strengthened, then they're strengthened, and they're strengthened for life.
So how long has he been in the program now?
He's been in the program now for 3 months, and he's enjoyed it so much. It's based on science, so one can sometimes say, well, how does that work when you're working with a 10-year-old? But we've seen nothing but positive things through Theo doing the program. He's more confident, he has more focus, and he's more engaged around the house. We'll know more about in the classroom setting in September when he goes back to school. But in the home environment, we've definitely noticed a change already.
And he actually does extra work on his own. He loves it so much.
Yeah, he really, really enjoys it. And I think his teacher, Luciana, it's always about the teachers and how they hold space for the students and for the kids. And she does an incredible job at doing that with Theo. I don't even think she sees it as a job. I think she just sees it as a relationship. I'm going to get teary-eyed with her students.
She's kept it light, positive, and and engaging, and it really motivates him. And even listening to some of the other kids that are on at times, and when certain kids hit certain achievements, to see all these different age groups of kids cheering each other on is just, it's been amazing
Yeah.
to see how they encourage each other.
Yeah, it's a super, super positive environment, and something that Theo wakes up in the morning and he's excited to do it.
Wow. So impressed. Holy.
Sorry.
Wow.
Okay.
Like,
Every parent has cried.
I
I
know.
think we're gonna
It's
try a
really-
few times, guys.
Ah,
Okay, this is so cool. So, Gabby, can you talk to me a little bit about your friend's child who had been in Australia, part of the Aerosmith program, but I don't want to say too much. You
Yeah.
tell me that story.
yeah. So a very dear friend of ours, her son was the first student here in Vancouver from Australia, and he was really, really struggling in Australia, and his mother had searched around the world for a program that could help him. Again, he had numerous learning differences and was also struggling socially inside the school and his social environment. She had tried everything and was at her wit's end when she discovered Aerosmith, and she actually moved across the country and moved across the world, and moved to Vancouver to put her son in the program. The program, when you're doing it full time, is a 3-year program. I believe he finished it in 2 years, and his life was forever changed. And she said it basically saved his life.
Highly successful, highly accomplished, very confident, and he's a dear friend of ours, and I've spent time with him over the last few months, and Theo and I have had lunch with him, and he's going to be a mentor to Theo when Theo might need to talk to somebody that's been through it. Right now, I don't think he understands that, but we have spent time talking, and he shared a number of things that he feels changed his whole life forever and made him such a confident, person in his career that he's very successful and very accomplished in. So,
Yeah.
Very cool.
Yeah.
Gabby, can you tell us a little bit about how you decided to take it yourself and your experience?
Sure. Well, I'm a big believer in when you're going to commit to something, I think, like this, especially for your child, that what better way to see if it really truly does work than trying it yourself. I also have had 3 concussions, not major concussions, but mild to moderate in my life. And I have noticed that I probably should have been diagnosed with slow processing speed, but I was not assessed as a child. I've been taking the program now for 3 months as well. And just I've noticed some slight improvements in my concentration level, so ability to start and finish a task. It's very slight, it's very subtle, but I've definitely noticed it. So I'm going to continue to do it, the Aerosmith program, because I believe in it so much, because I'm starting to see the change myself. And I think he's going to do it as well,
I'm going to try it as well.
potentially.
Yeah.
That's awesome. What else have, so far you guys are 3 months into the program.
Mhm.
What other effects has this had in your, in the dynamic in the family as well?
Well, I think it's brought Theo and I, again speaking for myself because I'm doing the program, Theo and I closer and an understanding of what he goes through on a daily basis, but also his maybe a bit of inspiration on both sides, because he sees me doing it and then I see him doing it. And there's a little bit of maybe subtle competition between between us now, and achieving the next level and the next level. So it's just, a camaraderie between a mother and son. It's been great. It's been really wonderful.
It's become an interesting dinner conversation for us as well with a lot of people. They're fascinated by it, both from Theo's standpoint, but also Gabby's standpoint and the adult standpoint of how neuroplasticity can potentially give you an edge in so many other areas of your life.
So Steve, if you had to take it, or when you take it, what would be your ideal, how do you say, like, what are the areas that you would like to strengthen, like?
I suspect I was undiagnosed as a kid coming through school as well, although I feel I've achieved a lot in life that I'm happy about. I feel that I'm always wanting to learn, always wanting to further and advance my knowledge, and if this is a way to do it and it gives me another edge, that's fun, and also it helps me. I'm excited about how the whole family would interact with it, because I'm blown away. I try to watch Theo doing clocks, for example, is one of the things that he does. I can't keep up with how fast he does it. I'm fascinated by how fast he's calculating it, and he's doing it faster than I can. So I'm like, well, I want some of this. I want to do it as fast as he's doing it. So.
Yeah.
So cool. Oh, we have a dog coming to visit.
Perfectly timed.
Sorry.
Yeah.
It's okay. Where's
And when you're ready, Gabby. Thank you.
So Gabby, we know that Aerosmith program is a very science-based program, but how do you feel about Brain Academy? And if you can tell us more about, in general, how you feel when you go there, the whole experience of being at Brain Academy.
So for Theo, I think, well, and myself actually, because it is science-based, one may think, well, it doesn't really connect the mind and the heart, but I believe that with the meditation and the 5-minute mindfulness breaks that one does, it's the connection of the mind and the heart. Again, I go back to the instructor and the teacher and the importance of what that person is and who that person is. And Luciana and Madeline are such heart-centered people, and their ability to connect with the children is everything. And that takes, the science out of it, because they're able to be so present with their kids and really work with, the different personalities and the strengths that they see within those children and bring those out. So I find it immensely human and immensely heart-centered.
Can you tell us a little bit about the community and the feel of around Brain Academy?
Yeah, I think everybody is phenomenal. Whether it's Janet or Madeline, the owners, it's almost like a family, mm-hmm. right? Like they're just incredible people that, have gone through this with their own children. So they're speaking from firsthand experience, and they have started this and taken on the Aerosmith program because they've seen the changes in their own children. And so now they're wanting to do that with other kids and help other children and share that knowledge, which I think is immensely powerful, and it's a beautiful energy that's contagious.
Steve, when you talk with friends about this program, and how do you explain it?
The simplest analogy that I really think has captured the essence of it is the analogy of a basket, a woven basket, and in our case with Theo, information and words that are coming in are falling through the basket. So the concept of neuroplasticity being rewiring and strengthening the brain so it gets tighter and tighter, so that when that information starts coming back in, that it's retained. And that analogy for myself really kind of made it easy for me to understand what this was about, and people we've talked to, it's really helped them as well. And the fact that during this pandemic they've been able to pivot towards online learning and still keep the children engaged and keep Theo engaged as much as he has been, tells me it's working.
That's awesome. So what would you guys like to say to anyone that has a situation similar to yours, like us, or particularly that have children, not necessarily that are struggling or not, like what are the advice that you would give to?
Don't be afraid. We're all as scared. No.
Okay. Now say it. What would you say?
Don't be afraid. Don't be scared. Do your research. Ask questions. Ask more questions. Talk to people that have gone through it themselves, or been to the to Brain Academy, or done Aerosmith in general. Do your research, and just consider all the possibilities, because it's truly a fascinating science behind helping not just children, but young children, older children, adults. It's just, don't be afraid. Do your research.
Gabby, do you have anything to advise?
Yeah, I think with regards to the program, run, don't walk, go straight for it. It's, they've done clinical studies, it's evidence-based, and you can speak to other families that have gone through it with their children. I spoke to, I think it was 5 in total. Once I told my mother that we were looking at the program, she actually mentioned 3 friends of hers whose grandchildren had gone through the program and had changed their lives. So I spoke with them. So speaking to other families with kids, and to me there's just no downside at all. It's not going to be harmful in any way. I think it's only positive. So go for it.
We only have one child, but we have heard from families that have other children how positive the effect is on the entire family.
Mm-hmm.
Because if less energy is focused on one particular child and one particular learning area, and it strengthens the whole family bond because there's less time there and the family gets more time. We've heard that from a number of families, as well as teachers as well, because it really helps the students in the class, helps their confidence, helps their ability to excel in class and everything else. Yeah, run, don't walk.
Yeah.
I like that.
Yeah.
What do you think, what does Theo say about the program?
He loves the program, so he looks forward to working with Luciana, and he absolutely loves it. Right now, he's doing it 3 hours a day, 4 days a week in the mornings, and there was, I think after about 4 weeks, there was, a question of, this is a lot, Mummy. And he had a chat with Luciana, and the next day he just continued on, and he's never asked to miss it since. So it's so positive, and he loves it. He wakes up every morning and runs to do it.
And we reward that work with Friday, Saturday, Sundays. It's just playtime, family time, playtime, nothing else. Because he's working so hard.
Yeah.
And we just made that commitment as a family. This is the focus. This is the priority. Other things have to take a back seat right now.
Yeah.
And that's okay.
And just having very open conversations with your child is what we've done with Theo, which is, this is going to be a lot of commitment and determination, and you're going to have to, dig deep to show up every day, but there is an end. This isn't going to go on forever. If you commit to this for a few years, you will see significant changes for yourself. And, explaining that to him, he gets that. He's 10, but he understands that. He's a skier, he's a mountain biker. He knows what it means to put, the time in and then to see the result on the other side.
So different when he was struggling a tad with skiing, and then all of a sudden something clicked, and then he's said, I want all next year. I want to double up.
Yeah.
So that is interesting. So it affected him not only in the in his personal in his confidence towards his passions as well, right? Did you notice any other things like that? Like, could you just?
Yeah, I think I notice for Theo, I would say confidence in and around his friends. When you are a child with a learning difference, you definitely know that there's differences between you and your peers. And I would say right now, just his confidence level from doing, the 3 months, it's been 3 months, but his confidence has come up because he's completing a task. He's, moving on to the next level, completing that task, moving on to the next level. So that gives him confidence. And then he shares that when he's playing, when he's with his peers. If you get confidence in the classroom or any kind of learning environment or sport, that's going to show up in all facets of your life.
Great. Do you guys have anything? I think
No,
that's
you
beautiful.
guys are fantastic.
Yeah, you guys are
Like
really
pros.
I don't know.
My God.
You know what I was thinking? I know we can't do anything with it, but should we, since we're here,
Yeah.
talk about Brain Academy and the Whistler Waldorf School and that, and at least have that
Keep it aside.
if the school feels that we can use it and all that, we might as well capture it.
Yeah.
Or you want to eventually use it, that you've,
It might help,
Been able
like if
for you-
when things work and we expand,
Yeah.
maybe this is something
And we'll have that clip.
you've got it captured.
Sure. You know what? So, Lilia, maybe ask what school Theo goes to,
Mm-hmm.
and then maybe ask, I'm just trying to think how we can approach the program coming to Whistler Waldorf School.
I think the question would be, I think that it's great to ask about where he goes to school and ask me maybe to explain a bit about the pedagogy or what Waldorf is about, because it really aligns well with Brain Academy.
Yeah.
yeah,
It
it's
really
all about,
aligns well.
Oh.
Particularly
Okay.
some of the programs that we're doing with the tracing and with, what is it that, we talked about it in the meeting with
The MSS?
Leo, cut.
Motor Sports.
Yes.
Motor C, yeah.
I don't know.
Get a clap, please. And we're rolling.
Okay, so Steve, can you tell us a little bit about the school that Theo attends in Whistler, right?
Yes. So he is 5 years at the Whistler Waldorf School. And we chose that school, or that school kind of chose us. Their methodology on teaching and learning and how to inspire this lifelong love of learning with children is what really kind of got our attention in the community that's there. And he's just loves the school, loves going to school every day. And it's been a great place for him and for us as a family.
Yeah, they're very good at meeting each student where they are at and what makes each child unique. And then the teacher works within that versus just throwing information, at the children. They work to pull out in each child what makes them spark and what lights them up. And that teacher-student relationship is really important in that. We really love the school.
How do you feel, or what is the connection between Waldorf and Brain Academy?
Well, at our school, like most, we're a registered not-for-profit. like our school and most public schools, different learning support programs are a challenge at times. And we realized that Theo was really excelling with Brain Academy and with the neuroplasticity, and we felt we should try to bring this to the Whistler Waldorf School. We should try to do a partnership with the Brain Academy and bring an after-school program to the Whistler community, both to the Whistler Waldorf community as well as the broader community, depending on space. So we approached the school. Gabby's on the PAC, I'm on the board. We approached the school and said, would you like to meet the Brain Academy and the team of people they have and understand what this is about, and can we explore a after-school program next year and trial that to see how it works. So we are moving ahead with that. We're very excited about it. And then the long-term vision is to grow that in the community and at the school. And we're really excited about where that might go.
Yeah, and I think it matches well with the school because, again, the Aerosmith program meets each child where they are at, and they only advance, in the cognitive exercises as they're able to advance. And there's no rush, there's no pressure. It's all on the student's time, and I think the school is the same. It meets kids where they are at, rather than putting them all into this river where they just have to flow and keep up. And children with learning differences at Waldorf are held very carefully, and taken care of. And Aerosmith does the same thing.
Yeah.
And all the people at the Brain Academy do that. So it's not Waldorf and the staff and everybody at the school is very, very careful as to what and who they align themselves with. And it was 6-7 hours of meetings in total with the Brain Academy staff and some of the most senior people at the Waldorf school. But in the end, they really connected and saw that they were aligned.
There's a number of elements of the Brain Academy and Aerosmith program beyond clocks that really aligns well with the Waldorf way of teaching and what they have proven over 100 years as a way to educate and help children evolve age appropriately. So that's been a really interesting part, I think, for the school to look at and why they want to trial this program, because it really does align with their pedagogy and the way that they try to nurture this lifelong love of learning with children.
And having the support for the teachers, like that this can actually change a child's life and change, their cognitive, their cognitive, the area of the brain that needs support and how they then absorb information. If the Aerosmith program can help these kids, then it helps the teachers at the school because they don't have the children with the learning differences needing all that support anymore. So, yeah.
Great.
Perfect.
I think we have.
Put that in the can.
Sorry. Last part I was like getting tired. I'm like, yeah. I'm like looking at you going, give me a word profile, right?
I didn't know if I could talk.
2 is rolling. Can you clap? You got the job. Okay, we are ready.
Okay, so Theo, can you introduce yourself? What's your name? And I just said his name out loud. How stupid was that?
It doesn't matter.
I know, but that just caught me off guard. Sorry. Can you introduce yourself and tell me what school you go to?
My name is Theo, and I go to a school in Whistler called Waldorf, and I'm in grade 4, going into grade 5.
Fantastic. And what kinds of things do you like to do at Whistler best?
Ski, bike, and that's all, yeah.
Okay. 3 months ago, you started a program with Brain Academy, the Clocks program. Can you tell me a little bit about your experience?
Well, I feel that I've gotten better at reading, and I also really like it.
Yeah. What kinds of things do you like about it?
I like doing clocks, and I like tracing.
Mm. What kinds of things are happening in clocks that you like so much?
Getting new personal bests and graduating to different levels.
Does that make you feel really good?
Yes.
Okay. When you were at school, what kinds of things were you struggling with?
Reading and a bit of math.
Mm-hmm. How about kind of staying focused and keeping your concentration in class? Was that a struggle for you?
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So, what do you think? Has anything changed with that in the last 3 months?
A bit, I think.
Tell me about it.
Well, it's changed a bit because I don't really know.
Is it easier?
Yeah, it's actually, yeah, it's easier.
Tell me about the clocks being, the actual exercise. Is it fun, or how do you
Clocks is really fun because I earn points, which I really like.
What do you spend your points on?
Screen time.
That's a good thing. How many levels do you think you've mastered so far?
1.
One big timing one. Is that the big one you're talking about?
Yeah.
How did you feel when that happened?
Really proud of myself.
Yeah. And were you surprised at that mastery?
Yeah.
Yeah, you were surprised. When you say you're surprised, how come you thought you were surprised? Tell me about that mastery. How did it go, and what did you feel?
Well, what happened at first of the mastery, for some reason, I saw yellow personal best in my head, and then I got a new personal best, which was below 77. So then I got another personal best, and then I kept getting below 77 until I mastered. And I was really shocked when I mastered.
You were really shocked. When you get those yellow personal best messages and you get a couple in a row, what happens, because that's all happening in your mind and in your brain, but then how is that working with your heart at the same time?
It's making me really proud and happy.
That's pretty cool, hey? That's good. So tell me about the classroom style. I know you've been doing classes on Zoom, and you've also had some time in the classroom with the teachers. Tell me what you're liking about being in the classroom environment at Brain Academy.
Well, that sometimes if I'm there, I get to get candy bags, and I use points with that. And then also, I like being with Luciana in person, and I just like being in the classroom.
Yeah, and have you kind of had the opportunity to meet with some other kids doing the same thing?
Yes.
Yeah, and how has that been in that classroom situation?
Good.
Yeah, tell me more about it.
Well, it's been really nice.
Yeah. They say the community there, the classroom, really starts to become a way that one student can mentor another student. Do you think that that's happened to you?
Yes.
And do you think you've done it for another student?
I think so. Maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, or is there a lot of cheering on going on?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. My last question, or was that enough?
No, that's perfect. I was just going to say, if Lucy doesn't mind, if I can take on, just because she did great because she warmed him up for me, but I want to ask him from the point of view of I know nothing. Okay? 'Cause thank you. And like.
Theo, can you clap one more time for me? Perfect.
So Theo, can you tell me a bit, like, so how did you end up like going to Brain Academy?
I don't really know much, but all I know is that I had some problems with my reading or something, and then my mom somehow figured out about Brain Academy. I kind of forgot the whole thing, and then I just went to it, and I really like it.
So what did you like about it?
I like doing clocks, because it's really fun, and also, yeah, it's really fun.
What is clocks?
It's where you do, there's two-handed all the way up to 10-handed, where you tell the time, and then you do it really fast, and on two-handed you need to get 25 clocks in a row in under 70 seconds. And then in three-handed, which I'm on right now, you need to do 25 in a row under 80 seconds, which is really hard.
Did you notice lots of improvement?
Yes, definitely.
And can you tell me how you feel when you like notice improvements?
I feel really proud and happy about myself.
That's awesome.
Mhm.
Do you like telling your parents every time you go back and you accomplish something like that?
Yeah, I ask Luciana sometimes to call them, and then I'm like, Mama, Papa, I did blah blah blah, and I'm really proud of myself, and they're proud of me too.
Awesome. And so when you did you notice anything like at home that is better, that is easier for you to do now that before it was not so easy?
Maybe a bit of reading is a bit better for me. Mhm.
What about getting organized?
No, not really. Still the same.
Not yet. Okay. Any other thing that you can think of that at home that you're like, oh, that's pretty cool and I'm doing better?
No, not really.
Okay. But reading for sure and other things. Okay. So have you told your friends about Brain Academy?
Yeah, I told some of my friends. Like, yeah, I told some of my friends.
So what do you say to your friends? Hey guys.
Hey, there's this really cool thing, Brain Academy, that I'm doing. Yeah.
And if I'm your friend and I said, how is that great?
Well, it's really fun because I earn points and I get to earn extra screen time. And if you do it, you can earn candy, or if you can check with your parents what you want to earn. And it's also fun because it helps your brain do better stuff and just make better decisions.
Excellent. That's the perfect definition. Okay. Tell me a little bit. So if you had a friend that kind of was like not doing so well and not feeling so good, and you wanna give him some like good tip, what would you say? Something? Hey.
I would be like, but what do you mean by not feeling so well?
No,
like
For
mentally?
example, you know how in school, for example, my son doesn't do very well in math, and he's like, I got a C minus or whatever.
I would like probably help him out and stuff by like asking him different questions about the answer and stuff, and saying like, so what does that mean or something. And like do tiny steps to make the answer.
Do you think it would be a good idea to tell your friends that can do better, like maybe tell your mom to sign you up in Brain Academy or something
Yeah.
like that?
Yeah, I would also tell them to say, maybe ask your parents. There's this thing called Brain Academy that I do that helps you with your brain, and I think I've really improved. So ask your parents to sign you up.
Awesome.
Double roll.
Well said. This guy is too good.
You're awesome, right?
Mhm.
You're awesome.
Thanks
He
so
plays
much.
so well, eh?
Oh, yeah.
So well. Like, great. Anything else, guys, that you want to ask Theo? Or
No,
I think
I think
he's.
it's great. Thank you so much, Theo. You've been very patient.
You're welcome.
Yeah,
You
I
got
mean,
your shirt out of it.
Look at that shirt. He loves
It's a
it.
bit small.
Roll, do this trick
Oh,
where you
roll it
open it
up.
up and you, yeah.
You roll the sleeves up.
This?
Maybe on the back, yeah.
So you guys have a tape issue, right? Like, I'm just wondering, like,
Yeah,
where you
yeah,
wanna
yeah.
download, like, especially before Madeline. So I'm thinking,
How
do
much
you?
time do we have? Like, we can move things, but
Well, I'm
it's
just thinking, like, Lucas is here, he's gonna be really short. Do we wanna just do that and then have a break and download and get Madeline organized?
No.
Or what do you wanna do?
Okay, so.
download's a big, it's like at least a half hour.
No, that's what I mean, yeah, so.
Camera 2 is rolling. Can you clap for us, please? Got it.
Okay, so Lucas, can you just introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your age, what you study, what you like to do in general.
Yeah, so my name's Lucas. I'm 15. I'm a skier, a biker. I love skateboarding. I love the outdoors. I have a few hobbies. You know, I build Lego. I like to video edit in my free time. And yeah.
And what are you studying these days?
Well, at school, you know, just all of the average kind of courses that they make you take. But I also love taking like woodwork and all of the electives because it really teaches you some fun skills that you don't always get to do.
What school do you go to?
I go to Argo.
Can you tell us a little bit about how are you as a student? How strong are you? How, you know, do you in general enjoy it? Is it getting stressful, whatever, last year because of COVID? How was last year in general, and how are you as a student in general?
Yeah, so I'm an A student, but definitely with COVID, it added some stress because there's all the online. A lot of my teachers didn't know how to deal with that kind of aspect. A lot of them were newer to technology than I was. So that definitely didn't help. But also, I often find myself getting stressed out by school for no reason. So with the added COVID stress, it wasn't great. But yeah.
How did you feel about it?
It was okay. I was still like a little bit stressed, but definitely it gets better every year. So yeah.
When you get a little stress, how how does it affect you in your like normal life?
It definitely kind of impairs me. Like I can't think straight. Like I'm definitely more productive and better at doing the things I enjoy in school and whatever when I'm not stressed out and I'm just relaxed and calm and focused.
Do you find yourself that there is some strategies that when you feel like stressed that you do in general, or just what would you do in a situation when you feel like uneasy inside? You know what I mean?
Definitely going outside for sure. Like spending time like biking, skateboarding. Yeah, like doing my hobbies, whatever. Also have Aerosmith, which I would do after school. So that was a nice chunk of my day that I could just take off and do that instead of worrying about all my school.
So how did you decide to go to Brain Academy and to do Aerosmith and?
Initially, it was just kind of, well, as I'm a skier and a biker, it's really important for me to make like the split time decisions. And that's really what it was helping me with. But also, like I said, I often find myself getting caught up in the little things, and I sometimes find it hard to decide what's really important and like what's not important. So that definitely helped me with Aerosmith. But also, I did get 2 concussions while I was doing the program, and so I kind of switched the focus of that to helping heal my brain and kind of challenge it.
Did you feel like it was helping?
Yeah, for sure. Like I would go in, and it was just a nice way of kind of stimulating my brain because I couldn't do a lot with my concussion, but it felt like it was definitely helping for sure.
So what were the things that happened after the concussion that you noticed that you couldn't do so well?
Definitely schoolwork. It was a lot harder to focus on certain things. A lot of just like decision making and all those kinds of things, but mostly focus for sure.
And then with the program, how did that affect, like, how long did it take for you to realize that it was actually working?
It didn't actually take as long as I was expecting. I thought it was going to be a lot longer to see the change, but I actually noticed it kind of at least like within a couple weeks or maybe a few weeks after. I noticed that I was actually feeling better after doing the program.
How?
Kind of, well, like I was saying, like the stress, like definitely. So I have the school COVID stress, and then also just with this new injury, I had more stress. So it, like I said, it helped calm me down, but also helped with my focus. So it definitely helped with my schoolwork, and everything was just kind of working with like on top of everything else.
Great. Do you think your parents noticed changes too?
Yeah, I would say definitely my mom noticed a few changes, maybe even more than me, about how the program was helping with my concussion and in general.
Did it also improve, like when you had the concussion, did you feel like it affected you in with your social life a bit?
Not too much actually, because like I still had a lot of time. I thought it was gonna, but it was fine in the end. I still had a lot of time to spend with my friends and whatever, so I was happy with that.
So, how far are you in the program?
I got all the way to 8 hands. I'm on 8 hands. Actually, no, I finished 8 hands. I'm on 10 hands.
Do you feel like it's hard?
Yeah, it's pretty hard, but it's kind of fun at the same time.
You might want to say that part again. You wouldn't forget that you're on 10 hands.
Oh yeah.
Stop now.
Yeah. Should I just say that again?
Yeah.
I just finished 8 hands. I'm on 10 hands now, and it's definitely hard, but it's fun.
Do you feel like sometimes it tires your brain? Like, tell us a little bit about that. How?
Yeah, so definitely with my concussion, I was told that it would tire me out, but that's a sign that it is working, because it is challenging your brain, especially when your brain is injured. It would kind of exhaust all of my like focus, and I'd be tired. Like I would physically be tired after I did it, but I was definitely noticing a change.
Have you told your friends about it, or would you how would you define it? If you had to tell a friend, like, how would you explain what you're doing?
I basically just say like it's a program called Aerosmith. It has to do with clocks, and then they kind of go, well, what is that? And I kind of explain to them that you're doing all these different like levels almost, filling out certain things, deciding where each arrow goes, like all these different things. And I kind of say that it's both to heal my brain, like with my concussion, but also that it helps just with the split time decisions and deciding what's really important.
Great. Would you recommend it?
Yeah, for sure. Especially like to somebody with a concussion, because I know like it's so hard having a concussion. It's definitely worth doing because I definitely noticed a difference after doing it. But also just to anyone who's willing to kind of go further and kind of challenge themselves or even just work on their decision-making skills is definitely a good tool for that.
Great.
The only thing that's great, the only thing I would add is maybe sometimes, you know how you get up in your head and like this kind of like, the spiral that you get into. And we've talked about how Aerosmith helps you like process, make a decision, and move on, as opposed to just like, oh my God, was that the right decision? What should I do? That kind of,
Yeah,
I would say that's definitely
indecisiveness.
gotten better for you.
Yeah.
So let me think. So Lucas, can you explain to us how the program has improved the way you, how could we say it? To like prioritize basically, right?
And process information.
Process and prioritize and make quick decisions about. So how would you describe how you would think before and in terms of making decisions, and how much more clearance you have now or something?
Yeah. Before, I would definitely find myself kind of in like a downward spiral sometimes, of like indecisiveness, and I would get all stressed out. I wouldn't know what was the right move to make. But I definitely noticed kind of after going through the program and still going through the program, that kind of spiral has definitely gotten less and less over time, and I've noticed a big change in kind of decisions and stuff.
That's good, but he can you want him to pick up the last part, or I think he said.
I think.
He
Yeah.
said a lot of good things there, right?
Yeah.
He talked about like fast decisions and prioritizing what's important. Because with him, it's a good example because he doesn't have any issues really that are. He's more like expert.
Camera 2, sorry, Julia, and you can clap.
So yeah, tell us a little bit about pre-COVID experience of that class.
Yeah, so it was actually super fun having multiple kids, like kind of my age or even younger or older, whatever, in my class, because you could see where everyone else was at. You could see where you were at, and it would almost challenge you to try to catch up to them. Or you could see someone else going through the same struggles that you just went through. So it kind of gives you a little boost of confidence to know that you're going to get through it, because it is quite challenging at times, but it also made it kind of like a game. It was pretty fun, being able to just kind of challenge yourself and look at others kind of working through everything.
What about the community? Do you feel like you kind of joined like this amazing like group or something? Like, how do you feel about?
Say Brain Academy is awesome.
You want me to say that?
Yeah, sure.
Or like just tell us about Brain Academy as a community.
Yeah, definitely. Like Brain Academy is super fun. Like I was working with a group of people who all wanted to kind of further themselves in a different way. So they all have a different goal, but we're all doing the same thing, working together. And it definitely felt like we're super close because we're all working on the same thing, all going through the same struggles, but we're all getting something different out of it. So.
Perfect.
Nice.
Great. Great.
Nice.
Easy. Piece of cake with this. Okay, Luci, can you talk a little bit about the process of assessment?
The Aerosmith assessment is a group of exercises, tasks that we.
I didn't think about it. They gotta leave.
Okay.
We're so 4 times the charm.
Poor
Wait
Luci
till you leave.
just started this.
Just make it quick.
Go out the sliding door. Hurry up.
Are they gone?
She was like pulling at the door. I was like,
Okay.
oh.
All right, and we are rolling.
The Aerosmith assessment is a group of tasks that we put students through. Each task is related to a single brain area, which we isolate so that we can really analyze if that brain area has a strength or a weakness, and then on our rating scale, where that strength or weakness lies, from a very severe weakness up to an average capacity and even above average. Although Barbara Aerosmith created 19 areas that we can assess, the general number that we do usually is about 14 or 15 areas. And then the result of that is a really clear picture for our student of why they might be struggling, which brain areas are not talking to each other, which brain areas are being overtaken because they have a strength and they're keeping the weaker brain areas kind of asleep and things like that. So it really is a way, it's like a roadmap of why their journey has come to the point that they are and what they've struggled with in school, very typical things. Because, without saying that it's patterned, but there are patterns that we can see, and then we can help parents understand, well, this is why your child is struggling with reading, but is still a really good speller, because one area has a weakness, the other area has a strength, and things like that.
Okay. Janet, did you cover that? Did you copy that to make sure we are not missing anything, right? So, Luci, what will actually someone be doing when they are just doing the clocks?
The symbol relations, our clocks exercise, has many different levels. We have different hands, numbers of hands, and and then within those, there are sub-levels of tasks that they need to do. Part of it is really solid, logical, reasoned thinking, nice and slow. Accuracy is always important. And then at the end of each one, we really go for that increased processing speed, where we take all that really good thinking that's happening up to this certain point, and then we put it on the timer so that then they achieve a mastery of, I can do all this really good thinking and now I'm fast at it, which means they can engage in real life decisions, real life conversations, real life situations at work and at school in real time, and not feel that they have to step away and review information before they come back into it, and then they can make a decision. It's all about coming into their own in real time and being able to engage in life as it's coming at them with the complexities and complications.
Great. How is the progress measured and reported?
That is one of the amazing things about Aerosmith that Barbara created, that each small mastery is an incremental step. And we never really give a student, oh, well, we want you to achieve this big of a goal by December, which is 3 months. It is the tiniest little thing, because our brain loves novelty. It loves to be fed really good feelings. So the goal for the day or for one block is, I want you to achieve this big. And then the brain kind of grows and they can achieve it. And then we just kind of up it just by these tiny increments. So students can really grab a hold of that, because that's just small enough that they feel good about really giving all that they can in that moment. It doesn't feel too big and overwhelming. So that progress then gets captured now that we have our new system in an online system. It gets measured in real time. Everything is taken so that in the instant, the teacher can give feedback. I can make analysis of what a student's doing. I can give immediate feedback. I can tell when a student's not really engaged in a moment, and I can kind of slide in and re-engage them, help them re-engage. And sometimes that's by just saying, hey, I'm noticing that you're really not focused on this, and there's the numbers that are helping me understand that. So can we just do that? But that's how it's measured. It's all the data collection is just an amazing tool for an Aerosmith student or an Aerosmith teacher. And then reporting can be many different styles. But for Brain Academy, we are kind of liking the idea of kind of a monthly, where there's the data piece that can show a student or the parent of a student what's been achieved in the month, and then the anecdotal stuff that goes with that, because there's always a really good value for a data piece. The numbers are numbers, but then the anecdotal piece can always help a parent or a student understand, well, remember that area was really, really hard this month. That was a struggle for you to get through, and it took you a little longer, and that's okay. That's why the numbers didn't feel like they add up compared to what Aerosmith had expectations for you. So those two pieces given monthly allow a student to be able to kind of change it up fairly quickly and kind of re-engage and set their own personal goals of, like, next month I'm gonna do even better, or next month, you know what, I'm just gonna cruise in just what I did last month, because that was really great.
Okay. That's good. So what happened? So they achieve the max level and then they graduate. How do you decide when they are ready to graduate, or how does it happen?
If a student has had an assessment, I will do a reassessment at the end of year, and then they get their rating changes. And if they've come to an average capacity, then it's time to take that exercise off the table and bring on the next exercise, or a couple different ones. That depends on what kind of a program they've been engaged in. With the clocks program, there's general guidelines as far as what level of clocks they achieve and what that really tells us. And with discussions with parents, we can decide if their child still needs some work, because their thinking may have come up really, really well, their accuracy, their logic, their reasoning, but they still may not be kind of swinging all that in real time. So the processing speed still needs to be worked on. And so parents, may ask us to, continue on with the program past, certain benchmarks that we have, so that they can really get a little bit more of a hit at that processing speed.
What makes Brain Academy and the community unique?
That's a really good question. At Brain Academy, we really decided we wanted to take this really scientifically based Aerosmith program, which is really individualized for students, which then could result in very kind of pigeonholed, a student could kind of just sit and do their thing, and then, arrive, do their thing, and get up and go, and not really engage in a community and what that might offer. But with my experience, I knew that's not that's not what we wanted. And Janet and Jer and Madeline, we all kind of agreed that we wanted to create a community, because we saw very quickly that in our nice tiny little classrooms that the students themselves, be them adults or younger kids, they cheer each other on. They have this friendship that starts. They during COVID, some would be in person and they would say hello to the Zoom kids as they're coming in. A student on Zoom would accomplish something and the child in the classroom is sitting there doing this. That level of encouragement, mentorship between all age students is kind of this unique, kind of wonderful piece that I love to be a part of. And I love the experience that we all decided that we would kind of create that, and that it's now come to fruition, and we have more and more interest because of that style. Is really quite an exciting thing for us.
That's great.
Really good. Perfect.
Tell me that's the last question.
She got it. End of the day.
Okay, so we cover everything unless, Janet, you wanna just like
I think she got
go
it.
over, so you said what's cognition, what's
Okay,
Aerosmith
yeah.
doing. So Luchi, tell us a little bit about how the program could help people that are having anxiety, for not performing or for whatever reason.
I find students who come to me they're either diagnosed with anxiety, but a lot of them aren't. They're just really struggling with whatever age they are, be it a younger student or right up to an adult, just the complexities of their life experience in that realm. Society and schooling and education has become so much more competitive, and that need to measure up and keeping up is really, really challenging. And it's, there are many different ways that kind of manifests itself. So with anxiety, that area of the brain that we do our clocks program, that helps our brain think of logic and reasoning. Is it logical that I'm thinking of this problem this way, or should it be that I think of it a different way? And a really good example of that is a student that I had once who had, I knew was a very anxious student and had issues with this. In the middle of class one day, when he thought he was to achieve goal A, and he was really not feeling confident that he was going to measure up, and I could feel his energy not really there, but out of his mouth came, "But what happens if I can't do this?" And I just calmly looked back at him and said, "But what happens if you can?" And that was just enough for him to kind of engage in that thought of the positive side of it, and then jump back into the clocks, because it's that clocks that's going to engage that brain area to get stronger, to be able to be that positive, capable, coping, strategizing, not in a compensatory way, but strategizing just what life is going to come and get thrown at you in a daily, measure. Was that good?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That was
Okay.
really good.
Thank you.
So now the last thing would be that I think we need to touch on is like tell us or two things maybe. The first thing would be, how is the program different when it's targeted to an older brain compared to a youth brain?
The program itself is the same, whether you are 8 years old or whether you're 80 years old. You kind of run through the same steps all the way through. For an 8-year-old, someone who I'm catching at that young age, often things have come up right away, that their numeracy, their level of understanding numbers and counting, the idea of before and after, those are dead giveaways for a struggle that is going to prevent them from even learning to how to read an analog clock. So coming in and going through at that lowest level is going to allow them to really sink their teeth into kind of, you know, what Malcolm Gladwell said was that 10,000 hours, or are you going to just work through and be able to work on that one task so it really gets solidified in their brain. A person who's much older, even a young adult, has already figured out how to count by fives, how to do, you know, that kind of thing, and they can jump in a little quicker and get going. But having said that, I have students who are older and they're still struggling with those skills. And to be put in a classroom with a younger child, first of all, the younger child feels like they're about 9 feet tall because they realize this person is older and they're struggling, but it ends up working almost like this symbiotic relationship, because the empathy that comes from the younger child to the older one is amplified because this child understands how drastic that skill of not being able to read a two-handed clock would be devastating to an older one, and they work together to kind of encourage each other doing that. Most adult students have come through that fire of numeracy pieces that you would need, and they kind of usually go through the lower levels a little bit quicker. But again, every brain is different. The program is individual, and you could be in a classroom doing the same levels as a much younger student, but you know, the experience, as I said, at Brain Academy is just that it starts to build that community and that mentorship and that empathy piece. It's all kind of like the extra gravy on top. Okay.
That's awesome. Yeah. Okay, I think we have a lot with her, like Lucy.
Yeah, I know.
We have
I'm
a
just
ton.
like,
And Lucy, is there anything that
Okay, we're rolling.
Okay,
Thanks,
so
guys. Oh, sorry.
so Madeleine, can you tell us a little bit, introduce yourself,
Mm-hmm.
give us a little bit of an overview on your background, your credentials.
My name is Madeline. I am the head of the literacy program here at Brain Academy. I am also an Aerosmith program teacher. I have been working in the field of education for just over 5 years, specifically remedial programs in reading, comprehension, math, and writing.
Okay, and we had a playing through all that.
Okay.
Yeah,
I could do that again,
I bet you can. Okay,
I think.
And
My name is Madeline. I am the head of Brain Academy's, nope, do that again. I don't want to say Brain Academy's literacy program. I want to say the literacy program at Brain Academy.
Sorry, can I cut us? Your camera's rolling. Can you cut me, please? Awesome.
so Madeleine, please introduce yourself and give us a little bit of a background history.
My name is Madeline. I am the head of the literacy program here at Brain Academy. I am also an Aerosmith program teacher. I have worked in the field of education for about just over 5 years now, specifically in regard to remedial programs in reading, comprehension, math, and writing.
Can you tell us a little bit about how did you start at Brain Academy?
I started at Brain Academy in October of 2019, starting our literacy program, doing mostly for the most part, specifically reading, as well as reading comprehension. That was kind of the area that I was working in at the time, so that was my experience. And my education supported that. Well,
Just pick it up, say my like again. So, so yeah, you started at Brain Academy in 2019,
mm-hmm.
and then what happened?
So
Sorry, the plane's gonna get worse before it gets better.
Great.
Now it's the commuter hour. Probably a bunch of folks will be flying.
flatten my hair, dab my face.
Yeah. Actually, there's like one one hair that's just on the side. Oh, you're just missing it. It's more towards the front.
Okay.
Yeah, I think you probably just got it there. Yeah, it's good.
I straightened my hair to tame it, but the heat.
Yeah, plus 8 hours or so. We're okay now, guys.
Okay.
Okay, I don't know where to take off from there. I started in October 2019, doing our reading program.
So
Was
how?
it 2019?
Yeah, October 2019. Yeah.
So tell us a little bit, Madeleine, what kind of students do you usually get?
I usually work with students who have a difficulty in reading, whether they have been previously diagnosed or whether their parents have just noticed that they are struggling with their reading, or sometimes the school has mentioned something, and I would first see a student and do an intake assessment, and that helps me determine whether or not they need the program and if they could benefit from the literacy program.
Is the literacy program the same as LMB?
Yes, the literacy program uses Lindenwood Bell as the main reading program. Yeah.
What is that? Can you explain more?
Lindenwood Bell is a reading program that focuses on using multisensory learning to help improve reading and spelling. It's a really great program that goes from using concrete materials or concrete learning to ultimately visual learning to help the student progress in reading and spelling.
Do you know much about how long has this program been out there?
It's been around for over 30 years. Started in the United States of America. Not so common to receive that particular program in Canada. I think we're the only center in all of Western Canada that provides it. Yeah, but it was started by Nancy Bell and Pat Lindemood, and it's been a extremely successful research-based program for over 30 years now.
Can you tell us a little bit about the difference between tutoring and remediation?
So tutoring is ultimately a short-term fix, and it's for a student who has kind of fallen behind in terms of their academic content. So tutoring, you would obviously see a tutor. It's usually subject matter specific and is just kind of an extra support to get through certain concepts in, let's say, math or science. Remediation is the process of unlearning and relearning for better neural pathways to support someone in regards to reading, comprehension, as well as math. So remediation would be for a student who has greatly fallen behind, where tutoring has not helped because there is a greater underlying issue that needs to be addressed. So remedial programs serve that purpose of strengthening that student's brain to support them in the area that they're struggling in.
Okay. There is a question here. I'm not sure. What is LMB? You already talked about similar to dyslexia BC presentation, mostly covers seeing stars and little intro to.
I haven't talked about all of Lindenwood Bell. I can talk more about Lindenwood Bell, probably, because I only really talked about the fact that it's been around for 30 years. and the
I know,
reading
what is
program.
it? Mostly regarding seeing the stars and Little Angel America.
That's just the Seeing Stars is the specific reading program,
Okay.
and then visualizing and verbalizing is for reading comprehension, and On Cloud 9 is for math.
Okay.
Yeah.
So can you just again tell us the different names for different areas of
The Linda Moon Bell program. So there is the Seeing Stars program that is focused on reading. So the process of decoding, which is the mechanics behind reading, actually making sense of the symbols on a page, making sense of the words, and eventually of sentences. So that program really focuses on building something called symbol imagery, which is our ability to create a mental representation for words and letters to help with the process of reading and spelling. All of the Linda Moon Bell programs are great as a child or a student can progress through the program based on where they're at. So they can either kind of like speed up in certain areas or slow down because the program has like different levels and different levels within levels and different activities within those that they work on building. Okay, hold on, I want to talk about this more. I'm stuck. Hold on. Yeah.
Say that each program is customized per student.
Mm-hmm. I can say that. Okay. So each program is customized to the strengths of each student and weaknesses. And all of our teaching is done one-on-one in this particular program because each student is so unique in terms of where they start and in terms of their progress. So that allows us to really customize and shift and change things as needed to really benefit them as best as possible.
Okay, perfect. The next question would be, Brain Academy's, talk about Brain Academy's intake assessment.
All right. So the first step to starting the reading program is to come in for an intake assessment. This allows us to measure the strengths and weaknesses of each student in regards to reading. So it covers things like receptive vocabulary, sight words, word attack, which is the ability to sound out words, symbol imagery, which is that term I mentioned, that is our ability to make a visual representation of words and letters, contextual fluency, which is reading accuracy and speed, as well as reading comprehension. So this assessment allows us to see where in the program they would start. If we didn't have that, everyone would just start at the beginning, which would not be the best use of every student's time, as likely they do have some strengths, so we want to be able to customize the program as needed for their unique profile.
Great. Can you tell us a little bit what the families can do at home to support the program?
Yeah, so parents play a huge role in a student's success and progress, as they're a big support system. They're a big motivation system for their child. If a parent is not so motivated or they're not super committed to the program, the child is often not going to be committed, and we don't see great success if that's the case. So yeah, the parent at home obviously is a big cheerleader. Once a student has started the program, things that parents can do at home are things like practicing sight words, which is, I think, a very common thing to practice at home, as well as just reading with your child. Echo reading is a really great a very great activity to partake in with your child, and that's just reading out loud with them. So that way they're reading and you can hear them, but they're also hearing you and how the sentences should sound and how the words should sound. So yeah, those are two great activities that you can do at home.
Okay.
There's more that I have to say, I think, for a bunch of these things.
Okay.
Okay, so one thing that I have to mention is, I think for the assessment, I think what they get, like I said that it helps customize their program, but there's also a review meeting once the test is scored.
And a report.
And a summary of scores, which...
Can we just, let's stop for a second.
Mm-hmm.
I'll do that question again.
Okay.
So, and let's start from the very beginning.
Okay.
So tell us a little bit about how the Brain Academy's intake assessment works.
So...
Sorry, we have a plan. Gives you a second to prepare. Okay, if you ask the question again.
Okay, here we go again.
Okay.
How does the Brain Academy's intake assessment work?
So when a student first comes to us and their parent has said or identified that they think that the reading program is what their child needs, we would schedule an intake assessment. There is a battery of 6 tests that cover different areas of reading, and this helps us measure a child's strengths and weaknesses so that we are able to create a individualized learning plan for their time with us when they start the reading program. So this assessment covers sight words, receptive vocabulary, a word attack, which is our ability to sound out words, symbol imagery, which is our ability to create a mental representation for words and letters, as well as reading fluency and comprehension. Once an intake assessment is completed, all those 6 tests are scored, and a parent is provided with a report, which is a summary of the scores on those tests, but they're also provided with a meeting where an assessor goes through all of those tests, goes through all of their scores so that they can explain where their child is at. It's really great and very insightful, I think, for a lot of parents because there are so many components when it comes to reading that it's nice to see, which areas their child is struggling in and what's strong. And then it ultimately also helps us to start their program and meet them where they're at. Did I talk about individualized learning plan in that? I did. Okay. I was going to say it again, and then I was like, I think I already said it. Yeah, okay. Okay, I think that's all for that one.
Do you feel like you have to fill in for, like, to add more regarding family support?
In the, variables of success, I think. I don't think I've touched on that, have I?
No.
Did I? So in that, I will. Because that's where I'm going to talk about commitment to the program, student engagement, stuff like that.
Okay, let's talk about that then.
Okay.
What can a family do at home, or how can they support the child?
So a student's student progress and student success obviously comes from their own motivation to do the program and to progress, and it also really comes from parents and parent support. So if a parent is committed to the program, it's likely that the student is then committed to the program, and that's when we see the greatest success in our students is when they have to miss a lesson, but they make it up right away. Like they want to be there. They want to be working on their reading, and parents play a huge role in that because their engagement is ultimately going to transfer to their child. So student progress is very unique to each student, as everyone is individual, different from one another, and there are many variables that come into play for each student. And I don't know what I was going to say after that. I want to talk about the duration that is recommended, like how long does the program take, sort of thing. This chair is going to be super sweaty for the next person that sits in it, and warm.
Yeah.
So a question that we often get is, how long does the program take?
Yeah.
And that's an impossible to answer question because there is no exact number. But I'm going to speak to that. Am I speaking to it right now?
Yes.
Okay. So a question that we often get is, how long does the program take? How long is my child going to have to do this program? And that is much too difficult of a question to answer because, as I've mentioned, every student is unique. Every student's progress is unique to them. So we often recommend that students come for a minimum of 3 hours per week throughout the school year. We've seen great success with this. When a student, again, is committed to completing those 3 hours per week. You know, if they miss one of their lessons, have they added one the next week, or have they added one for a future date to make up for that? Those types of students are where we see really great success, because again, it's showing commitment and engagement and the willingness to want to do this and to want to strengthen their reading. Throughout the summertime, with kids not being in school, kids can come for more than 3 hours per week, but usually we still recommend that minimum 3 hour per week. But what's really great in the summertime is students having more time where they can do, 5 hours per week. So maybe they come for an hour each day, or maybe they come for 90 minutes each day or something like that. They just have more time to really engage in the program. I feel like there's something else I wanted to say there. Hold on. No, I don't think there was anything else that I wanted to say.
Can you just pick up the last sentence to give it a bit of a closure in
Sure.
the tone?
Okay.
Because that would be hard to edit.
Where am I going from?
So, how does it work, the program? How long does it take? You said they come, usually students come.
Okay, yeah.
And then rounded it up. So when you finish it, make it the sentence finish.
Okay.
Usually students go
So usually
You were going from 5 hours a week this summer.
in the summer they come for more. Hold on.
The good thing to say there, Madeline,
Yeah.
is that the summer's a good opportunity to do some intensive remediation.
Mhm.
So students often come during the week, 1 hour, 5 times a week, and then it gives them a good kickstart and confidence as they enter the school year.
Okay. Okay, so throughout the school year, we often recommend that students come for a minimum of 3 hours per week for the entirety of the school year. That 3 hours can sometimes be brought up to more hours if we're finding that they need more time. Particularly, actually, in the summer, students can come for an hour per day, 5 days per week. In the summertime, it's really helpful for students to come for those intensive weeks to really build their confidence, especially for the coming school year as they're entering a new grade.
That's better. That's good.
Okay. Luciana was much better at this.
Did we cover the steps to learn to read?
Nope.
Okay, so that's what we are missing.
Okay. Is my hair in?
I might.
Another plane, just the fifth one.
Can you clap for us? Actually, just it's. I think you do.
Back
better
here?
with that. Yeah, try that.
It's really frizzy. Ugh.
Yeah, but it's okay. Once you get moving, it'll be great.
Okay.
Yeah, cool. Okay. We're good.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Let's just give it 10 seconds to pass.
Be helpful if we could see them.
Yeah. Sure travels a little while ago. Interesting. You can tell it's a low tide at Spanish Banks from here.
Yes, you can.
It's really cool. This guy's like right over top of us. Okay. By the time he has some motion, we're good.
Okay. So, Madeleine, can you tell us or talk about the steps to learn to read?
So, a young developing reader first starts to recognize and learn letters. When you first look at a letter and you've never seen them before, it's just this crazy, weird symbol. Once you start to recognize them, you likely learn the alphabet, and that would be the names of each letter. Once you have that down, you can start to attach sounds to those letters, and eventually once that becomes strong, those sounds get put into words. Words get put into sentences, and some students will, nope, I did that.
Okay,
Yeah, do that again. You sound out words. Okay.
So just give us an overview of the steps of learning to read.
So when a child is first starting to read, they have to recognize letters and what those symbols are. Eventually, a young child will learn the alphabet, and that would be the names of the letters. Once they know that, they start to attach sounds to those letters. Eventually, they then are able to sound out words. Once they sound out words, they start to build their kind of sight word recognition, and that's their ability to automatically recognize a word once they've seen it many, many times. And then eventually those words get put into sentences, so they start to read full sentences. Some students will then start to build symbol imagery. They'll be able to picture a word in their mind even when it's not placed in front of them, or spell a word out loud, not being able to look at the letters. And eventually, a young developing reader will start to build reading fluency, and that's the speed at which they read as well as the accuracy. Yeah.
That's it. Okay, so okay, yeah.
That was great.
Well done. This camera, are you ready, Julia?
I'm ready.
Can you clap? Oh, that's perfect. Nobody?
So, Max, can you tell us a little bit about yourself? Introduce yourself. Tell us what school you go, what grade, what sports you like.
I'm Max. I go to West Van High.
Oh, sorry. Hold tight for a second. I just realized we didn't adjust the microphone. So
Oh.
in the middle for you guys.
And you play football, no, Max?
Yeah, I play football.
And
Because
basketball.
I ran into your dad a few years ago, I think, before COVID, and he was at Parkgate, I think, community center. You guys were playing or getting trophies. That's where you were getting a trophy, and my son was getting something too for football because my son plays football.
Oh, was it tackle or flag?
No flag. Are you doing tackle?
Yeah, play tackle.
Wow. How do you like it? Way better than flag?
Yeah.
Totally better. Oh my god, I can't.
Está muy peligroso.
I know. Okay.
You're just gonna say who you are?
Oh, so I'm.
Hold on. Are you recording? Okay, let's do it. So Max, please, just introduce yourself, school, age, and what sports you like.
So I'm Max. I'm 14. I go to West Van. I like to play football. Football is my favorite sport. Yeah.
Okay. Can you tell us a little bit about how school is for you and what are the things that your strengths and your things that you don't think are kind of like not so strong at?
So I like socials and English. So that's like, I know I find that interesting. But I don't really like math because of all the numbers and kind of gets a bit complicated sometimes.
So how did you end up going to Brain Academy?
So my mom started Brain Academy about 2 years, 1 year ago, 2 years ago.
Almost 2. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So then she introduced the Linda Moo Bell program, and then so my brother started it first, and he finished, and then I started after him, and that's how I got into the Linda Moo Bell program.
And what did your brother say about it?
My brother liked it a lot. He said it was interesting, and because of all the clocks and everything.
Can you tell us a little bit about? Did your brother notice anything else?
No, like he said he noticed that like his brain acted different around it. I don't really know. He didn't really tell much about it. He would just tell it was interesting.
So, and what do you know about what does to your brain? Like what the program does to you?
To be honest, I don't really know.
So can I just check? So Teddy did
That's okay.
Aerosmith and Max does Linda Moo Bell.
Yeah.
But Max also did
I'm just
Aerosmith.
asking him if
Oh, that's Aerosmith.
yeah.
I was
It's
like,
okay, you don't have to know everything. I know.
yeah.
We don't bring Teddy in because
We won't use the part
Yeah.
that if you don't know. Like you
I
can
thought the Aerosmith was the clocks.
It is. But Linda Moo Bell's the reading.
Oh. Oh.
That's okay.
Where did I start?
Okay.
Oh, yeah.
So Max, tell us what strength did you, what areas were you hoping to work when you went to bring it?
So I wanted to work on like my writing more and my like reading.
Sorry, Max, can you just sit back?
No.
Oh.
Yeah, that's great.
Okay, we'll ask you again. So tell us a little bit what areas you felt you needed to work on.
So I felt like I needed to work on the reading area and the writing area. And that's where I think I most improved in the program. Like that's why I think I got pretty good mark in English this year because of the Linda Moo Bell program.
And what can you tell us about your teacher?
Madeline.
She's sitting right beside me.
Madeline was a good teacher. She was very like patient with me, and because I could be kind of slow sometimes, but it
Not
was
slow.
fun. Slow.
Just need some motivation.
Yeah.
So you guys so you feel like you guys work together pretty well so far, and
Yeah. Yeah, I think we work pretty well together.
I think so too.
okay. What else? Tell us a little bit. How did you notice the improvements? Like when you went back.
So when I went back to school, this was during COVID, I felt like it was like I would just read more fluently and write more fluently, and everything would just like if I like a word, it would just come into like if I was just writing down and I need to struggle with the word, I would learn the steps I did, and I would get the word correct.
That makes me happy.
Yeah.
Yay!
So Madeline, tell us how you feel when you have a student like Max succeeding or like showing such an improvement. How rewarding is that for you?
extremely rewarding. It's what makes all the hard work worth it. He was very motivated, I think, to progress and strengthen his reading and spelling, especially because we worked together when he was in grade 7, so we were getting him ready for grade 8, and to hear that he got a great mark in English is very rewarding, I think, for both of us.
What about math? What's happening with math? Can I ask that?
This is hard.
I don't know. It's hard this year because we learned it so fast. We would have, I think 9 weeks. We would learn the whole math course. So we had a test and a quiz a week, and that was just a lot to comprehend. Like, so for the English portion, we would have two. We would only learn 2 like blocks or like 2 things we need to learn, and that was pretty easy because we would learn pretty slowly because we basically had like 3.5 weeks to learn what we needed to learn, and then there's another like a week that we'd learn like something quick, and then we have another 3.5 weeks or something like that. I don't really remember. But then going back to math, never mind. I forgot what I was talking about.
Going back to reading.
The math is the word problems that you struggle with. The word problems are hard.
Those are hard.
Yeah, I think so.
Max, can you tell us a little bit how you work with Madeline? So you would like just tell me your like routine. How does it work?
So this was a long time ago. I think we would like start off. We would work on our writing mostly. Like we would do courses, so we would work on our writing and reading mostly, and then we would move on to like how we spell the words, like our A's, and then I would more learn like the capitals. We learned about the capitals. That was like the first thing we did. What else did we do after that?
A whole lot of stuff.
Yeah, I don't really remember. This was a long time ago.
Yeah. In the reading specific, we would focus on, like Max mentioned, mostly his reading fluency. So like the speed at which he could read, the accuracy, I think was a big thing that we really worked on, using intonation. So knowing kind of how to change your pitch throughout sentences, and that's really where he progressed.
Yeah, and reading more smoothly and like not reading one word at a time, reading like a fluent sentence.
And also not reading really, really fast. Reading at a good pace.
Yeah.
So Max, if you talk to your friends and you notice that one of your friends in school or in your class is not doing very well in that area, would you say something to them?
It's never really happened to me because all my friends, I think, are smarter than me.
I don't think that's true.
So,
Not true.
so,
Probably,
but like if it did happen, it would help.
Would you say like the Linda Mood Bell program was really great for my reading and spelling?
Yeah.
Got a plane coming.
Oh.
Since it's
And a cat.
important.
And a cat crying.
Jazzy, come here.
That is so funny. That cat is more louder than my cat.
Jazzy?
No, as loud.
Jazzy, come here.
Jasmine.
Oh,
Come on.
Jasmine. At this moment, and if you could do it now.
Okay, so Emily, can you tell us a little bit? Can you introduce yourself? Tell us a little bit about your age, where do you go to school, and what are your hobbies and passions?
Okay, well, my name's Emmeline. I just graduated grade 12 at Argyle Secondary in North Van. I'm a competitive ski racer, and I've decided to take a gap year and pursue ski racing at a higher competitive, hopefully international level. I accepted to UBC for chemical engineering, and I also got my deferral accepted. So I will be attending UBC in the fall of 2022. Yeah, other than that, I just kind of, right now I'm also bike coaching as my summer job.
Perfect. Wow. I'm impressed. Congrats. Wow.
Thank you.
Very impressive.
That was today. I was so stoked.
I bet.
Yeah.
Right on. Okay. So tell us a little bit, how did you end up approaching Brain Academy, or yeah, so.
Well, I heard about the Aerosmith program kind of from a sports development side. And I joined because I do struggle a little bit on the academic side with managing tasks and giving the amount of detail I want to give to every task, do it to multiple things. But then from kind of a sports excellence side, in a sport such as skiing, where like between first and third, there's maybe hundredths or like thousandths of seconds, it's really important to have those like cognitive reflexes at the level that I need them to be at, so I'm not playing catch up while I'm making my way down the hill. I want to have those fast responses that just kind of come naturally and I can depend on. So I think the Aerosmith program really helped me kind of solidify those reflexes that I needed, so then I could have like as much control over what was happening at one time.
Great. How long have you been taking the program?
I was in the program for just over a year. I had to step out because it was competitive season time, and I didn't have enough time to dedicate enough hours per week to get the results that you need from the program. So I did step out of the program, but yeah.
Are you planning to go back?
Maybe eventually. It would definitely be not on a long-term basis, but like in the off season, it could definitely be something that I would add to my, not physical training, but like that kind of thing to keep my body and my mind in the shape that I need for the competitive season.
So tell me a little bit, what are the changes that you notice, like the before and after changes that you noticed when you started taking the program?
I find it a lot easier to like weigh my options, to be presented with a situation at one time and look at everything that I could have to consider as a factor, and then make the decision that I know is the right one and I feel is the right one even after I've made the decision and committed to that process.
So could you say that this, like...
maybe we just got a dog drinking, and I did cut straight to the...
Yeah, I can hear it too. Sorry.
It's okay.
We can hear everything.
Sorry, the dog's hot too.
And it really like kind of like, it's a bit of a problem when we edit, so
Right.
we need to make sure. See?
Meow.
So chatty, this guy, man.
Oh yeah.
Chatty,
Very good all
chatty,
day,
chatty.
actually.
Those animals.
Yeah.
No self-control.
Yeah, really.
Sorry. We'll come back in a second. We didn't cut, no? Chat?
Still rolling.
Okay. Because now I think Janet is going to come back, so we might have to cut.
Yeah.
Okay.
Until she comes back.
I would have.
Can you clap? Perfect. Okay, we're rolling.
Okay, so going back to, I want to ask Emmeline a little bit, if the fact that you did the program and you gain strength in certain areas of your brain, how does this make you feel as an athlete?
It definitely adds to the preparation. Like before a race, knowing that physically my body is where I want it to be to get myself the results that I want to see, but then also that I've done all this other mental training to make sure that I'm like well rounded. So I can go into the gate and I can know that physically I'm strong, but then also mentally I have those tools to make those decisions that will get me where I want to go.
That sounds really good. So, so right now, with all the stuff you got from the program, do you feel like you are equipped the way you are happy, like at a level that you're happy? Can you pick up on that?
Yeah, definitely. I think that, there's always work that can be done in any area of excellence, but like the baseline of like the cognitive training that I've done has definitely contributed to a lot of success. And I wouldn't say like I'm done with that, but I think it's something that's helped me a lot and will continue to help me.
Do you know what happens once that your brain is stronger in certain areas? Do you know what happens after? After when your brain is already has exercised certain areas and is strong in certain areas, is this thing is something that long term would help you as well, or do you have to keep like all the time like?
I would say that once you develop that kind of those cognitive reflexes, they're not going to disappear as long as you keep using them. Like as long as you keep employing those reflexes and like not developing, but like just continue to use those resources that you have, I don't think they're going to go away. But then there's always room to add more.
So this be something that you would recommend to some of your athlete friends or team, like people in your team or people that you feel like can also gain some?
Definitely. I think it takes like a pretty dedicated athlete to understand that past physical training, there's also this whole mental side to sport. And it would definitely take like another mature athlete who wants to go beyond. But there definitely would be other athletes who should definitely look into it because it's super valuable. So.
That's amazing, don't you think, guys? It's awesome. Like it's so good and real, right? Like it's anything else that you think that we forgot to ask her that? Shall we ask her a bit more about how hard it was sometimes to do the like in terms of like how much?
Because it definitely was a bit frustrating at times.
Oh, it was incredibly frustrating.
Okay, maybe let's touch on that because I think it's important.
But it's not. I think it's that we have. Yeah, it's not an easy program.
It's not.
You have to be committed to it.
In reference to, connected to the fact that you obviously have high personal expectations. And when you know.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, can you give a clap? Cool.
Okay, so let's do, if you can just like introduce yourself again, where you at in school, your passions, and how, in general, how you are.
Okay, my name's Emmeline Bennett. I'm 18. I just graduated Argyle Secondary in North Vancouver. I'm planning on taking a gap year this year. I'm going to pursue high-level ski racing, try my hand at that, see where I get to. But after that, I've accepted to UBC for the chemical engineering program, and I also have an accepted deferral, which means I'll start in the fall of 2022. Other than skiing, I coach biking in the summer, and I really love mountain biking and road biking and stuff. Yeah.
Where do you work in the summer? What is skates or?
Endless biking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's great. What did we? Okay, so tell me a little bit about your field. Forget that your mom is part of Brain Academy. Forget about take her like she doesn't. She's not there. Like when you see Brain Academy from the outside, how do you feel about Brain Academy in
Like-
terms of community, people, energy, etc.?
I think it's really supportive because all of the kids there have admitted to some kind of vulnerability in some form of their learning or cognitive side. And that's really good. I think being vulnerable with other kids brings you a lot closer. So knowing that, yeah, I have to go here and I'm working on myself and I'm working on my brain, but everybody else is kind of in that same boat makes it super supportive. And then like while you're working there, everybody just wants you to succeed. So they're like looking out for you, checking in and doing the best they can to make the program easier.
That's great. Do you want to say something, throw in the actual name, Brain Academy?
Probably.
Like something like maybe you can finish it something saying like or being part of Brain Academy community is really something that I recommend, or like something I had a great experience being part of the Brain Academy community or something like that. Would wrap it up like that.
Mm.
Do you mind saying something like that?
Like just repeating that?
Just or something that sounds like something you would say, but adding. What we want is to add the Brain Academy brand to it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah.
Just
I think that it's really a super important community that they have at Brain Academy, and it's super supportive, and I think that definitely added to my success within the program.
perfect.
Great.
Right?
Yeah.
No problem.
Thank you so much. You're awesome. Wow. Can you tell us a little bit about how hard it was to do the program at moments, and how the good and the bad of like actually committing to it?
Yeah, definitely. I think that doing the program during COVID was something that was pretty unique because I had all this free time that I could dedicate to a program that I knew was going to help me, but I found so incredibly frustrating at the time because my brother and I would do it together, and I could see him progressing, and I could see like where he was because he started a few months ahead of me, and like I wanted to be there. But you'd be sitting in front of this computer and your hand would be typing as fast as you could, and then you just like make these tiny mistakes, and I would just like have to take a step back and be like, okay, like it's a program and it's here to help me, but it also just feels like a game. Like I need to relax and I need to focus because that's the only way I'm going to get this right. But then just like the repetition of the program made it like doable but frustrating. And then the fact that it felt like a game, I just like kept doing it over and over again. And I would like sit in front of my computer for like 2 hours and like maybe have like a water break or something. But I would like get in this trance where I was just like keep going and it would just get better. But then I'd mess up and I'd be like, oh my God. But yeah, it was definitely a difficult program, and like, yeah, it was hard training, but it was.
But the fact that you mentioned that it's like a game, don't you think there was some joy as well, some fun?
Oh, like when you get like a high score, it is like a game. You beat your high score, you're like, nice, okay, let's do it again. But yeah, no, it was definitely like a game, but it also has like so much personal benefit that you're more invested in it than anything else. So yeah.
That's awesome. I would assume that you as an athlete, you're used to like working really hard.
Yeah, I hope
with your
so.
body, right? Like,
Yeah.
so I mean, the mind is another muscle, right? That you're like kind of like. Did you sometimes think about the program in a way as the part of your training in general? As okay, I get it. This is super hard, but I have to do it. Or
Yeah, and there was definitely times where I was like I could just leave, but I won't because I have to finish. Or there would be times where I was like, okay, that was a good stretch, but now I need to like take a little rest and let my brain as a muscle recover and then keep going.
That's cool. That's really cool. Okay, do you mind if I ask you one more time to do the very beginning of the introduction, just because when people start talking they loosen up more, and so I will have a better introduction now than the very first introduction. So if you can just tell me again your name.
Camera kicked out somehow, and that answer we're gonna have to do a.
Sounds good. Okay.
Okay, can you give a clap? Cool.
Okay, so let's do, if you can just like introduce yourself again, where you at in school, your passions, and how, in general, how you are.
Okay, my name's Emmeline Bennett. I'm 18. I just graduated Argyle Secondary in North Vancouver. I'm planning on taking a gap year this year. I'm gonna pursue high-level ski racing. Try my hand at that. See where I get to. But after that, I've accepted to UBC for the chemical engineering program, and I also have an accepted deferral, which means I'll start in the fall of 2022. Other than skiing, I coach biking in the summer, and I really love mountain biking and road biking and stuff. Yeah.
Where do you work in the summer? What is skates or?
Endless biking.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's great. What did we? Okay, so tell me a little bit about your field. Forget that your mom is part of Brain Academy. Forget about take her like she doesn't. She's not there. Like when you see Brain Academy from the outside, how do you feel about Brain Academy in terms of community, people, energy, etc.?
I think it's really supportive because all of the kids there have admitted to some kind of vulnerability in some form of their learning or cognitive side, and that's really good. I think being vulnerable with other kids brings you a lot closer. So knowing that, yeah, I have to go here and I'm working on myself and I'm working on my brain, but everybody else is kind of in that same boat makes it super supportive. And then like while you're working there, everybody just wants you to succeed. So they're like looking out for you, checking in and doing the best they can to make the program easier.
That's great. Do you want to say something, throw in the actual name, Brain Academy?
Probably.
Like something like maybe you can finish it something saying like or being part of Brain Academy community is really something that I recommend, or like something I had a great experience being part of the Brain Academy community or something like that. Would wrap it up like that. Do you mind saying something like that?
Like just repeating that?
Or something that sounds like something you would say, but adding what we want is to add the Brain Academy brand to it.
Yeah. Okay, yeah. I think that it's really a super important community that they have at Brain Academy, and it's super supportive, and I think that definitely added to my success within the program.
Perfect.
Great.
Right?
No problem.
Thank you so much. You're awesome. Okay, so Malcolm, can you introduce yourself and tell us a little bit what you do for a living, your studies, a little bit of who you are and what you are passionate about?
My name is Malcolm. I'm 23. Right now, I work for a pressure washing company in North Van. I'm going into my second year at Kaplan University in September, taking the business program, and I don't know. I like playing sports, hockey, mostly, skiing, and all that sort of thing.
Okay.
Yeah.
Can you, I would be great if you could look at me just a bit off camera.
Okay.
That would be
Okay.
awesome. So, yeah. So, I'm gonna ask you again. Yeah, I'm going to ask you now about like a little bit about how you approach, how you end up reaching for, or what are they, how did you end up in Brain Academy? Okay, hold on a second. Are you still recording, chat? Okay. So tell us a little bit about Brain Academy and how did you hear about it?
My sister actually started a couple months before me, I think, and I'm not actually sure how my mom found out about it. I think she heard about it through somebody in her book club or something like that. I believe. Not too sure. Yeah.
And then what happened?
My sister, she started it for a while, and I don't know, it seemed kind of interesting. I guess I like the idea of like self improvement and things like that. So I was interested in kind of like at least checking it out, and I obviously couldn't start right away just because of work and things like that. But a couple months later, I kind of was able to get things going.
Great. So what are the things that you feel like you wanted to work on to improve?
I guess like I have a tough time with like writing and that sort of thing. So that's something I guess I kind of would have wanted to improve on. I've also got like I don't know how to describe it. As people kind of have told me, it's like a thought process kind of issue or disorder thing, like an auditory processing thing, which, I mean, it makes it kind of hard to figure out. Like, I know what I want to say, but it takes a while to sometimes get it out, sort of thing, which was definitely something that makes, I mean, even this kind of hard to do. But I don't know, I think it's definitely improved.
That's great. So you feel changes, right? You feel.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, it's always I've always had a hard time kind of recognizing for myself any changes that like I guess have like happened, unless they're really drastic. But like my parents and like people around me are always saying like, oh wow, things are different, you know, all that sort of thing. So I don't know, I definitely feel like there's been improvements, because I don't know, things have gotten better.
Can you pinpoint some of the things that would be that, for example, could you give me an example of something tangible that you feel like you couldn't do so well before and you can do much better now? Take your time. Think about it. It's okay. I know it's hard when you to talk. Like I know what you say. That sometimes it's hard to see ourselves.
Mm-hmm.
Some people might see us much more clearly than how we see ourselves, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's totally. But if you think about it, is there anything like practical maybe that it helped you with? That you can say, oh, maybe I was not very good with directions before, or I wasn't very good at adding, or like whatever, like fast at remembering names, or things like that, tangible things. Can you think of any example of that, like that?
Lucy's
Do
got some
you
ideas.
find it easier to listen to lectures at university now?
I mean, it's hard to say just because like everything was online, so there was like a lot of distractions. I mean, yeah, I guess so. Like, I feel like with all the distractions that there were, it would have been a lot easier to kind of not pay attention, but I definitely, yeah, I guess I would definitely have paid better attention to everything that the teachers and professors were saying than before, for sure.
Lucia, can you come this way? Can you just sit here? And I'm going to have you probably you, because you have a relationship with her already.
Yeah.
And she taught you. She may be better.
No,
at
we
doing
don't know.
this. No, you're great. Like just see if you can ask him questions that are short and sweet, where he can kind of like elaborate his own sentence. So such as, for example, give me an example. So yeah. So for
So, tell me what your experience in those first few weeks of when you joined us.
I mean, it was a lot of clocks. So that's the one I started with, and before like the assessment, I just a lot of clocks, and it was, I guess, like easy-ish at the beginning, but like I don't know, frustrating once things got along, but definitely clocks was fun. I don't know, yeah.
And you're saying after the assessment, when you went through that assessment and we went through it, did it really ring true for you, do you think?
Like the result, yeah. I mean, I think so. I think so. There was definitely things that I recognized as strong suits, and things that I recognize as not as strong that were on there. So I mean, yeah, I would agree kind of with how things unfolded.
Okay. Were you, I don't know which word to use, were you satisfied with what your program was going to entail once you came into the fall and you were doing more of a full-time program?
Yeah, yes. Like I mean, I honestly wasn't exactly sure what I was getting into really. I was just kind of like, okay, so this is what I have to do, so I'm just gonna do it, you know? It's not gonna be like bad, like whatever it is, it's gonna benefit me in one way or another, so I'm not gonna like fight it, I guess.
Your mom specifically comments a lot about how the family dynamics have changed. Well, you know that. Even, at the dinner table conversations. Tell me what you feel might be different. How does that look for you now compared to before?
Yeah, well, I mean, I guess there's just more conversation and less just kind of eating and getting the hell out of there. I mean, there's still a lot of that, but like in between the eating and getting the hell out of there, there's a bit of conversation, a bit like more and just like kind of how days went and things like that, which, I mean, it's kind of like, I don't know, normal, but it's been less of that now because nobody's ever home, but.
Okay. When you, throughout your program, you have had very high expectations of yourself. Would you agree?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
How did that play out over the months in our conversations?
I mean, I don't know. I'm super hard on myself. So if I didn't get something right, or if I would get a few right and then a couple wrong, or just things like that, like, I don't know. I realized that, like, I'm not just gonna be perfect, and that's something I kind of still have to understand, is like I have to kind of take the steps to, build the strength in each kind of category, instead of just like hopping in and being the best, which is not an easy pill to swallow. Even the saying that I can't actually, I don't believe it. It's I don't know, it's just not something I enjoy doing. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
So would you agree that you were quite a scorekeeper, a self-scorekeeper?
Oh, for sure. Yeah, it was tough, especially with, like, I mean, I guess both I'll think and predicative is just like, as soon as you get a few in a row and then you don't, and then you get that one wrong, it's like the world's gonna end. At least that's how I felt.
So that sounds to me a lot of your thought was going into, I want to be at the destination.
Yeah, I would definitely, yeah.
And throughout, it became a journey.
Yeah, no, especially at the beginning, I would like want to just get to the finish without, like, actually, I guess, like, taking a step back and, like you said, like, I guess appreciating the journey. I don't know if that makes sense. It probably doesn't.
Considering that you were...
Sorry, I'm having trouble with the connection. Please try again in a moment.
What the heck is that? We have a spy. Is that my computer? No. Tell me it's not my computer.
Oh, it might be your computer.
Jesus,
That's weird.
that is so weird. It's Siri, guys. Picking up on us.
Japanese.
Shall I keep
So
going?
we have,
Shall I keep going?
hold on,
Okay.
please. Yes, please, go ahead.
Okay. That hasn't happened all day, Malcolm. Just when you sit down.
I don't know. I think it was good. A little distraction.
Okay, so my question was, knowing that you had high expectations of yourself and you were this natural scorekeeper, and the fact that an Aerosmith program is quite scientifically based with daily mastery goals and things like that, how do you think that played out for you in the long run?
I guess just like accepting that, like, to get to the finish line or whatever that you want to call it, you have to kind of get to those, like, goals and things like that to, like, actually, like, make the progress and then get to the finish line or whatever, instead of just, like, yeah, I don't know, getting there.
So do you think that your drive to at least achieve the numbers, being a business guy now, played in your favor?
I don't even know. What did you?
That's
Sorry,
okay. I was going to say that last sentence was a giant predicate.
in one ear out the other.
So I was very proud of that. So do you think that being a numbers guy and being in business and that kind of thing played in your favor? Like, that's what you understand much more easily than, say, a whole language-based thing?
Yeah, definitely. I always, like, say that I'm definitely more of a numbers guy, and that sort of thing has definitely come, like, much easier. I don't know what I'm trying to say.
Let's go on to something else.
Okay.
So we ended up with one of your best buddies in our class. So obviously you spoke to your friend, maybe more than one, about this program. Tell me what you told Jake.
Like the first time I actually talked to him about it was before I had even started. It was like when Brown was in it, and I was just like, oh yeah, like I'm gonna start this program in August or whenever it was, like blah blah blah, and like he's also like huge on kind of this whole self-improvement and like that sort of thing, so he was instantly like interested. So but like I don't know, all I really knew at the time was like Brown was also just doing clocks, so it's just like that thought processing, like improvement and stuff like that, and he was going off about how that's something he'd want to like improve, so that kind of got the ball rolling. And then when I actually started and I would like talk to him about it, I don't know, like I said, he's huge on that kind of like self-improvement, so he was kind of instantly like interested in starting. So like I guess I can't, it's been a while still since from when I actually talked to him until he started, but I think that had to do with a lot of like work and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't know.
When he did join our class, and then even before when you joined the class, you guys fell into this, a fairly tight-knit community of kids your own age, and then Jake shows up. Tell me how that felt, that you were obviously further along in the program, and what kind of relationship that meant for you and he starting his own program. Am I cutting that up?
What? I don't know.
Okay, that was way more than 21 minutes. So when you started the program, you landed in our community, our classroom, and then Jake joins. He's got his own individual program, but much the same as yours. Tell me how that kind of felt for you, being in the position that you might be mentoring and friendship at the same time.
It wasn't like, I don't know, I guess it felt like kind of strange at the beginning, but nothing. It wasn't too like weird, I guess. I don't know. It was I guess it was nice, like anytime, as much as it was like, hey, no talking, but if he had a question, I'd answer it as quick as I could before you come in and kind of pretend to beat us up.
Can we pick up the first question for him to introduce himself and tell us a little bit? Because he was looking the other way.
Okay.
So now looking at her, if you could tell us a little bit, like, just introduce yourself and tell us your age and what you do.
Do that.
Okay. Just good
Go
to
for it.
good. Okay. My name is Malcolm. I'm 23 years old.
Sorry, Malcolm, I bumped the camera.
All good.
Thanks, man.
One more time. My name is Malcolm. I'm 23 years old. I'm currently working for a power washing company for the summer before going back to Capilano University to be in the business program. I enjoy playing hockey and all sorts of different sports, summer, winter, all that kind of fun stuff, and video games. A lot of video games. And actually not that many video games, just some. Not anymore. Growth.
That's good.
What's my pet peeve?
Which one?
Well, yeah, that's a good question. Like phones being late.
Thank you. There you go. See, he nailed it. You didn't need the which one.
It was like phones, but it depends, really, for who and
Let's go through everyone. Kaylee.
late.
Thomas.
Complaining.
Oh, good.
Jake.
Yeah, Jake was pretty like just kind of smooth sailing.
Robin.
Sleeping. Reading on her phone.
And you.
Probably my phone. Yeah.
Never would have guessed that.
Yeah.
I
Let's
would,
go to, yeah.
I was just gonna say, like, you know, I haven't had an opportunity to spend that much time with you, but Janet and I we were on, like, you know, we've spent some time talking to your mom, and she talks she's so pleased with all the work that you guys have done, and just how you talk about the program. I don't know, she's been really happy with that. So what do you think your mom would say about,
Look here.
yeah.
Yeah, like you said, she's I think the one who sees the changes the most. So like any little kind of improvement is like huge in her eyes, especially like I think with like family dynamic and stuff like that, and just like how we go about our lives and things. But yeah, I think it's, from her point of view, the whole thing's been a pretty big success.
Okay, one more question. Can you ask him from again? See if he can just quickly define like how, even if there is small improvements, what are the improvements that you identify? And look at her.
Kind of shift it over.
I don't
So,
like this. I don't like it.
Okay, I'm just prefacing. You don't want to talk about this because you're not good at that, and neither was I. I hate this subject.
That's accurate.
Exactly, but it's just you and me, and
That's
you know
not
that
true.
I'm going to
There's a microphone right there. There's a bunch of cameras. It's kind of hard to.
It was
I'm
brutal.
surprised I haven't been staring at the goddamn microphone the whole time.
But considering work, you know, getting to work on time, being at work, remembering instructions, all of these bits and pieces of life at work and at school, anything that you can pinpoint. I didn't used to be able to do that. I am much better at that now.
Yeah, I guess, I don't know. There's a couple little, like, small little things, like at the end of each day I have to do to before, like, when I drop off my van or that sort of thing, like a flush out a line or do something small like that, or even just like text my boss that I need gas the next day. That's something I've actually been able to like stay on top of, instead of like texting him the day before or spending my own money on gas, which I did a lot, and I regret it because it was a lot of money. But yeah, just stuff like that. I guess being on top of like the little things at work and remembering to do what I need to do.
Okay, so that sounds like completing tasks and then following through and planning ahead.
Yeah, that's the like more knowledgeable way of putting it.
You gave the examples. I'm just going to kind of label it for you so that when I ask you the next time, 6 months from now, you'll be able to say those words.
And the university, I mean, I don't know, but didn't you just get into a program that you had been like?
Yeah. It was a bit of a process, I guess, to finally get into it, but I got into like the business certificate program, which was like a year. But to complete that, I had to write an English test, which happened to be the same test I had to take to even get into the bachelor's degree or whatever. So I had to do that. But I don't know. I think, yeah, I've just been more on top of like getting stuff done, which is nice because it feels good to, like, you know, move forward instead of kind of sitting in the same place wanting to move forward.
That's it.
Mic drop.
Okay.
You did it.
I did it.
Would you have even done this before you did the program, though?
Probably not. I honestly, I was talking to Jake about it, and he was like, when I first got the text, I was like, okay, I'll just have to film a video of myself, like say a few words and send it in. and that's definitely not what what this was. But
Well, thank you so much. We
yeah,
really
no worries.
appreciate it. Yeah.
Yeah, you want to see what it looks like through here?
Sure, yeah, why not?
We have the. So we're shooting 2 cameras, right? And so this one's like just basically a close up. It's like a static. It's kind of a safety. And then this guy is on this 4-foot slider. So then you'll be sitting in there, and then as you're talking, I can like roll the camera like this, and then you just get like a really sweet. You may not even notice it when you're watching the show, but it just like adds. Yeah, ever so slightly. There's just that, and you really see it like when I punch in your face is there with the backgrounds in the back. You know how parallaxing, like the backgrounds move a little full speed, it's in the foreground. So then all of a sudden it's like that, and then you just like it just makes it look really nice. And then I can also like punch out really wide and see the stuff. Yeah, exactly. And I bump it all the time. Yeah, it's like you don't mean to kick it, but any like the tiniest bump in there, it looks like
Yeah, it looks like
yeah, exactly. And it only happens when you say something super brilliant.
for sure. I mean, of course.
Of course, yeah.
Like that's
Yeah.
one last thing on 100%.
Is that it, Julia?
Yeah, but you know, like say filters and makeup on there.
There.
No, just there.
Just there?
Just there.
Oh, that's right.